Some people already went and put the water and stuff.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a regular session of the Madera County Board of Supervisors.
That's more important than all of it. We're talking over here, son. Would you gotta interrupt us?
All right, we will start with closed session. Are there any additional or any items to add to the agenda?
Yes, Chairman, I'll defer to County Council.
Yes, Chairman. An item came to our attention after today's agenda was posted, and so I would request that the board add one closed session item, that's conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There's some significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraphs 2 or 3 of subdivision D of 546.9 of the government code, and the number of potential cases is 1.
I move to approve a closed session item.
I'll second.
Was the findings?
Take up this item and find that the need to
Take action arose after the posting of the agenda.
Is that good to the second?
Yep.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Sarah?
Supervisor Wheeler,
What?
you made the motion.
Oh, yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
yes.
Chairman Frazier.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
All right, and can you read into the record the rest of the closed session items?
Yes, Chairman. For today's closed session, there's only one other item. There are no items to discuss under labor negotiations. The other item for your discussion is a conference with your real property negotiator, the county administrative officer. Under negotiations are instructions regarding price and terms of payment of 2 real properties. The APN numbers are 049-219-009 and 049-219-010, county-owned property.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on any of the closed session items? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment, and we will retire to the closed session chamber. Oh, it changes when, I think that's the closed session. Are you ready? All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a regular meeting for the Madera County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, July 2nd, 2019. Time is about 10:04, and I will now call this meeting to order. County Council, is there any reportable action from closed session?
There are no reportable actions from today's closed session, Chairman.
Thank you. And we're going to open and close this meeting in honor of Sam Pistoresi. For those of you who know him, the godfather of Madera, just a wonderful guy. Had some opinions sometimes, not very, but he was always just a pillar of the community. Meant a lot to a lot of people, and we're sure going to miss him. Also want to open in memory of Margaret Kidwell. Assessor Tom Kidwell's mother passed away at age 96, and over at Cedar Creek Retirement Community. But thoughts and prayers go out to the Kidwell family. And Tom, do you have any?
Yeah, this is just Galen Lee's mom, Ruby Pomona. She's 93. She's in the hospital and probably not going to live very long. And they're local Mono tribal members. And Ruby's one of the last left that makes really good baskets and knew the Mono language. And she helped Galen write the book the way it was. It's been reprinted 3 or 4 times. And I just want some thoughts and prayers out for her. She's such a great lady, I can't even tell you. So anyway.
Also, Mitch Lascoity, Lascoity family passed away. Keep them in our prayers, his family. Also, my sister-in-law's father passed away in Oregon this past week, and dealing with some not great people the family, so keep her in your prayers. All right. Father John will lead us in the invocation, and Raymond Huerta will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after.
Heavenly Father, giver and sustainer of life, you so loved the world, you so loved Madera County, that you give yourself through the gift of your Son and through the gift of your Holy Spirit to enable us to participate in the glory of authentic love for one another. We ask in anticipation of the celebration of the founding of one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We ask your blessing upon every resident in the county of Madera, and especially on each member of the Board of Supervisors and their staff. Pour forth your Holy Spirit upon them, a spirit of wisdom, a spirit of hope and creativity to confront needs and problems and to provide good leadership in working everything to the good, the common good, with special concern for the poor and the needy. We praise and thank you for your goodness, your love, your mercy, and your presence among us. Keep us mindful and help us completely confide in your power to accomplish these goods through Christ our Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. All right, item 4, public comment.
The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for members of the public to address the board on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record.
Good morning, Chairman Frazier and the Board of Supervisors. Deborah Martinez, Director of Social Services, and also a resident of Madera County. I'm here to provide some information regarding CalFresh. CalFresh is used to be known as food stamps, and I thought I'd provide you some information about what's really new and developing in regards to CalFresh and food and nutrition in our community. In 1974, California provided an extra $10 to those that are receiving SSI and SSP. Those are the disabled and the aged. And they provided that $10 in lieu of them being eligible for CalFresh, to being eligible for food stamps. Effective June 1st, through Assembly Bill 1811, that was reversed. And now these individuals are eligible for CalFresh. So some of our most needy residents are now eligible for CalFresh. There is no change to the SSI, SSP monthly allowance that they were getting. There's no change to that. The newly eligible recipients can get onto our c4yourself.com website or getcalfresh.org or come into the office or go to the Social Security office and they can apply for CalFresh. And in regards to the SSI, SSP clients themselves, if they're in a mixed household, they're with other family members that are receiving CalFresh. Some of them may be harmed because now the income from that SSI and SSP is considered as part of their eligibility criteria. So there was 2 other little programs that were instituted through AB 1811 so that it would cause no harm to the rest of the family based on the fact that this income is now considered into the household income for CalFresh. In terms of the food allotments, what does this mean? On average, it's about $105 to $110 more a month for the provision of food. In terms of the number of population, we're looking at about 1,900 residents of Madera County. So far, we've received about 652 applications. We've approved 363. There's been 221 from our 720 office on Yosemite, 720 Yosemite. From our 605 Adult Services office on Gateway, there was 50. In Chowchilla, 54. And in Oakhurst, 37. This has all been done with the same number of staff that we do all our regular business in regards to CalFresh. And so we are going to be celebrating the work of our staff by giving them an ice cream social on Friday, July 12th, in order to show our appreciation for all the work that they've done. Okay, so FYI, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jared Carter with Madera County Public Works. Just want to give an update on a couple of solid waste things going on or that happened. One was the household hazardous waste event that we held on the 15th up in Oakhurst. A very successful event. Saw about 331 cars bringing in stuff over a 4-hour period. So a lot of stuff there. We don't have the count on exactly what all was disposed of, but it was a very successful event, and just wanted to thank everybody who participated or helped make that happen, Red Rock and Madco, and also the high school, allowing us to use their facility. The other item I wanted to mention was we had a chance to partner with our CAL FIRE, Madera County Fire friends here to utilize one of our abandoned homes out at the landfill that we were getting ready to demo. It was going to cost us about $40,000 or $50,000 to demo that house, and reached out to Chief Watson here, and we were able to coordinate a training for them to utilize that facility for a training burn. And I believe the sheriff's office also used it for some training operations prior to it being burned down. But it was a very, very good event. I know there was a lot of training that came out of it, and I know Chief Watson could probably give more specifics on exactly what was done with that.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, I'd like to thank Jared and Public Works. Jared and Chris Renault, our training captain, and the county's training captain, put a lot of time into this, and we got about a 16-hour fire control 3A class out of it, which is very rare anymore. for us to certify our volunteer firefighters. And so it was opened up to the last 2 graduating classes from the county, paid call firefighters. And we had a lot of interaction with them and a lot of great training. On Saturday, we did breaking and breaching, teaching them how to get out of a structure if the roof collapses and the only way out's through a wall. We did some search and rescue drills with them. And then on Sunday was a live burn. We lit the house on fire about 43 times before we lost control of it and then just let it burn to the ground. So we were able to get 43 good controlled fires out of that, to teach them fire behavior and techniques on extinguishing fires. And it was a great opportunity, and it's been quite a few years since we've had that opportunity. So just want to say thank you to the board for that support and the Public Works Department. So thank you, guys.
You had 17 new PCFs graduate.
Correct. We had 17 new graduates this year.
Perfect.
And it costs less than $40,000 or $50,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Matt Treber, Community Economic Development Director. I just wanted to take a quick second and introduce our newest planner that started last month, Tiffany Williams. She comes out of Riverside County, and Supervisor Wheeler, she does not reside in the county of Madera, but we're working on it. So
okay.
With that, I just wanted to
Just gonna ask
introduce
that one.
Tiffany to the board. So
Anytime you're out of from down south, you got to be good. Huh? That's the way you
Well,
add it up.
stomping grounds down there. Went to Rubidoux and North High.
He flunked out of one and went to the other one and graduated from.
Hey, welcome.
Welcome, Madera County.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madeline Harris from Leadership Council. I'm here with some members of the community of La Viña who wanted to provide public comment. I wanted to clarify if there's anyone to translate Spanish or if I should go ahead and interpret.
Yes,
Okay.
Madeline,
Okay,
what was your last name?
Harris.
Heron?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from?
From Leadership Council for
Leadership
Justice
Council.
and Accountability. Yes, sir.
Lo que queremos es más que, como allá, yo vivo en la Vina y pues no se ve que se haga nada desde hace 30 años. Entonces el camino 24 está muy mal desde la avenida 11 hasta la avenida 9. También nos dijeron que iban a arreglar la avenida 9 de la 23, del camino 23 al camino 24 y tampoco se ha visto nada que comiencen. Entonces, pues, como pagamos nuestros taxis, pero pues nos tienen muy olvidados, no nos han arreglado nada en tantos años, entonces, por eso venimos a ver qué se puede hacer.
Bad roads at 9 and 23.
So the first comment was regarding the roads, which I know is something that we will continue to be in touch with in these coming weeks. But Ascension comments, I'm from the community of La Viña, and we haven't really seen much investment from the county in our community in about 30 years. And so he noted that Road 24 over to Avenue 9, the roads are pretty bad. And he noted how in the mobility study that was conducted, there was some commitment to repair some of the roads, such as Avenue 9 and Road 23, I believe. But wanting to continue to be in touch with the county about that. And he notes, we all are paying taxes to invest in the county's funds, and we hope that that investment is given back to our community in return.
What was his name?
Mi nombre es Ascensión Aguayo. Gracias.
My name is Ascension Aguayo.
Nomás queremos saber si el agua está limpia, fina o para no tener dudas. También saber.
And he also wanted to note that there are some questions in the community regarding water quality that they wanted to clarify directly with the county and with Public Works. So specifically to add the coliform contamination issue that occurred in December, and just wanting to clarify that that issue is cleared up and improve communication between the county and the community in the future.
And at the the public meeting, the town hall meeting that we had out there, it clarified that it was just a notice that had gone out to say that it was there, but it had taken care of. There was never a boil notice. There was trace amounts that triggered, and we took care of it right then and there. We thought it was from a back flushing, some work in a residence, but there is no water contamination issues out there.
Did I translate into?
Yes.
Okay. Que dice que en la junta que se dio en mayo con el condado, que ellos aclararon en esa junta que solo fue de una vez que sucedió la contaminación de la bacteria, que ellos piensan que a lo mejor se trataba de un baño que no estaba con drenaje como buena en la casa. Entonces, a lo mejor fue como de cantidad pequeña que sucedió la contaminación, que ellos nunca dieron un aviso como para decir que había necesidad de hervir el agua para matar las bacterias, que solo fue de cantidad pequeña y de que ya ellos han arreglado ese problema. Pero nomás mandaron el aviso sobre la contaminación, pues no mandaron otro aviso.
So, water's good.
Dice que el agua está bien.
Agua está buena.
Okay, that's
Also,
all.
can you make them aware that property taxes don't go to the roads, and that the road department has recently done a countywide study of the roads, and he could talk to them about what's going on with the roads. That would be a good thing, and he could share that information with other residents.
Que dice que quiere que ustedes estén conscientes de que los taxas que pagan para las propiedades no van para mejorar las calles, y quiere que nosotros sigamos hablando sobre lo que está pasando con las calles en todo el.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning, Christina
You gonna announce I
Beckstead.
won a gun?
No, sorry. Christina Beckstead, Executive Director, Madera County Farm Bureau. I just wanted to let the board and the community know that the Farm Bureau will be hosting a water forum on Tuesday, July 9th. The program will begin at 8:30, and I don't have quite an ending time, but it is scheduled till 4:30. We should be done before that time. The 5 topics include an update from the county and SGMA, WOTUS versus WATS, which is Waters of the United States versus Waters of the State, water metering technology, if you will, or water measurement technology, water markets, and CV salts and water quality.
How long did you say that meeting was going to?
It's an all-day deal.
Okay.
Yes.
During our board meeting.
You could come afterwards. You
During
can,
our
or make the
meeting.
board meeting short.
During our board meeting. I couldn't come to
I
it.
had no choice. You can come before and then
Monday or Wednesday, come before, or day after. Be a lot nicer.
Thank you, Christina.
my apologies.
And it's at the VFW, right?
It'll be at the VFW hall, yes. And if anyone would like to attend, please call the Farm Bureau office, and RSVP as seating is limited.
Thank you.
Thank
Pretty
you.
easy topics.
In fact, I read the flyer, and it says lunch is provided for those who do RSVP.
Correct. Yes.
Well, we could run over there and have lunch and then come back. That's a good idea.
you have to RSVP.
RSVP, so we can RSVP. Yeah.
Rob reads lunch and then starts to work his way up or down from wherever that is.
You had me at lunch.
We have most at lunch. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other any other public comment? George, are you coming up or are you going out? Okay. I'll close public comment. Oh,
Yeah.
Supervisor Rogers.
I was going to make a comment. I received an email that I passed on to the Board of Supervisors from the Pace family in regards to a project they're working on Avenue 17. They wanted to just state they've worked all over the state of California, and they've never had a better experience working with a planning department than ours. And Jamie Back's name was specifically brought up. I wanted to give her kudos. I know she's working on that project, and we're just real proud of the operation that we have there. And I see Norm shaking his head back there. He helped develop that, and Matt is leading the charge. Down there he is in the back. Just really proud of what we've got going on there. And I think I sent you the email, Matt. Did you not receive that and pass that on to your staff? Good. So I think it's a great thing when somebody takes the time to say, wow, what a great institution you have. And they're really doing a fantastic job. So thank you.
I'm going to piggyback on that because we had a meeting just yesterday when the site selector was talking to us, and they'd been working in Fresno and couldn't get anywhere. And they said they came and started talking with Jamie Bax, and they knew immediately that's where they were going to select their site was in Madera because of her efforts and how well she presented the county. So thank you, Jamie, for putting on a great face for all of us.
I got one. And I wanted to thank all the staff that came into my town hall last Thursday, including Jamie and Jeannie Hobbin and Matt Watson. Fever is on vacation. Jamie, she's feeling good for you, buddy. And all the other ones that was there, I just appreciate them taking their time, their personal time, coming to those without any extra pay or anything else. And it was a good turnout, and nobody yelled about the roundabout, not one person. So it was
awesome.
I thought very successful.
Supervisor Poitras.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wait until I have supervisor comments to mention a few things.
Thank you. All right, I'll call close to public comment. All right. Move on to consent calendar. Any items anyone would wish to pull for further discussion? Supervisor Wheeler.
HR and V.
HR and D.
H.
I said HR and D.
H. Behavioral health.
R and D.
V.
V as in
V,
Victor.
like in Victor. I don't quite understand the backup on this. It says, can you explain what, to me, local revenue fund 211, you're taking out of that, the original number 61350, you're taking $450,000 out of there, and then you're putting it back into 61350, local revenue fund 211. Account number's the same, operations for contingency and operation trans out. Explain that to me. I can't figure it out. If I can't, maybe the public can.
So it is well. So we're going to the state is slow to give us our federal block grant that comes through the
You know
state.
that.
Okay, and so we're going to use some of our local revenue that behavioral health has, what's called 2011.
Yeah.
We're going to use that to pay the bills, and when this block grant comes in, we're going to reimburse those 2011 funds with the block grant.
That's what that yellow line
Correct.
and the blue line means the same thing, huh?
Correct.
Going to come back into the same fund.
And
Correct.
So that's our local dollars that you have just extra that you have in reserve type dollars for these kind of instances?
We have some contingency funds. We
Contingency
don't have
funds.
extra, but we have contingency funds
Okay.
that we're able to use. And because we're going to end the year under budget, we will have those funds to use.
Well, the way this looks at, if the average person says transfer from that fund, and it says transfer to, maybe we ought to put a date in a later future that transfer to will be when we get reimbursed from the state or something. Because
No, I agree. I wish.
Kind of hard
that-
to understand.
Right,
Maybe
right.
it's Todd's deal.
Maybe an
in his office.
asterisk or something that's set in explanation.
It don't
Yeah.
say anything. It's
Yeah.
just- it's
Yeah.
just-
Well, and sometimes it is it's a challenge for us to predict when the state's going to release those
Yeah,
funds.
no, I agree with that. I mean, I don't want to try to put a thing on that says that
Right.
we,
Okay.
a certain deal, just so that later that.
No, I agree. It makes sense. When I first looked at it, I asked our fiscal, I said, okay, explain this one to me. And
So you
how
can
it
know,
all works.
explain it to me, right? I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dennis.
You're welcome.
By the way, you do a
All
great
right.
job, so,
Yes, he does.
other than we stole from Fresno.
R?
R, Let's see. Oh, I printed it out. This is our. See. Get up here. Made some notes and I can't even read my own notes. Special assistant. Sorry. I did print it. Oh, I guess I wrote down who are they, and I did print it out. So I got it out here. I printed it out because I wanted to see who they were, but I don't all it does is have a APN number. I thought Tracy might answer. I guess you do too. I guess this comes from your office?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so these are ones, I see it says marijuana, zoning, abandoned home, building. Is it because they haven't paid their fines on marijuana?
That's correct. They either, they haven't paid their fines, but it's not just that. They haven't contacted us. They haven't reached out. We've sent numerous violation notices, requests to contact us. We don't just roll these up. On the homes, that's a little different. On the abandoned homes, those are bank-owned homes, and we typically do want to get those liens placed relatively quick, Supervisor. And I apologize, Matt Trieber, Community Economic Development Director, because the banks we found will play a shell game and move those assets
Around here.
So once we've recorded that lien.
When we do this, we actually put a lien on them then.
Correct.
Okay, I think their names ought to be on here. They ought to be publicly known because, I mean, people can look it up. I could have looked it up. I have the book at home, but I didn't. I just think that their names should be on there.
Okay, we will do that moving forward. And I would say they've already been leaned. These are actually now going on the tax assessment roll, so the tax bills they'll get.
Good. Thank you. Good job. Yeah, I know. Item V.
Corrections Department.
Yeah, I got a question on that. Get it back up here again in front of me.
Good morning, Manuel Perez, Madera County Department of Corrections Director.
Yeah. What I understand, this is our third contract. We did the one in 14, 15, and we did the one in 16. It don't say what year terms, but and each time we did it 14, it was 38,400. No, I mean 35,600. Then in 16 we did it 38,466, and now we're doing at 41.4. We're putting a 5% COLA. First thing when I first seen that, I was gonna say, why are we giving them 5%? And we only gave our employees 3%, but it's for like 3 years.
Correct.
And and then on item 3, number 3, in the last contract, not this contract, term agreement shall be from through June 2015, and then a 1-year terms, and only can be terminated if either party says no. But you didn't put no in there, no cost of living in this. I mean, if you're going to do these and then come back with 5%, it's just kind of a red flag to me. If we had in that contract cost of living deal, and it's like we're going to do later on today in our public hearing on our fees, we put it in there so every year that we have a cost of living thing, so it don't come up all at once.
Correct. The last time we did it was 2016.
Right.
We didn't anticipate some of the programs that we are today, because really what we've been looking at is the chaplain services that have increased due to the population of AB 109.
Right.
Yeah, so our programs, and we've noticed that he's been doing a lot more. So we didn't anticipate the workload increasing as much as it has. And that was the reason why we actually looked at when's the last time we did the ministerial COLA, which was 2016. So I felt it was time.
Yeah, so I think we ought to, this is a new contract, right?
Correct.
Why don't we put another paragraph in there in that same area right there, term or the one before it, payment terms, that we put a cost of living in it. So that
oh, absolutely, we can make the amendment,
and that way you don't have to come back with a thing that says 5%, because just renews it with whatever the cost of living is, which you know, the state and the feds, however numbers we use, just use the same number we use on all of our special districts.
Absolutely.
Our fees and everything.
We
Okay.
can make those adjustments. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Make that as part of the motion.
Yeah, I want to make that part
Yeah.
of the motion.
Chairman, and I would just say, as part of your motion, you add language that says the appropriate CPI index, so we'll make sure when we work with the department and the company to identify the appropriate CPI.
All right.
So, boss,
That's it.
do we do that independently on that item?
Pardon me, one motion with that
Just put
provision, that
item
amendment
B in
is
there.
fair,
Okay.
right?
Is there any public comment on consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
I make a motion, we approve the consent calendar and an item V, 5300, add the thing that we use a CPI and put a paragraph in there with a CPI on it every time now, contract.
We have a motion and a second. Oh, County Council, did you? Okay. Roll call?
Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers,
Yes.
Chairman Frazier.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
All right. Public session, item 7A. Oh, we'll let everybody filter out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do the 10:30.
We don't have any public. Wait,
It's a public hearing at 10:30.
oh. Oh, I missed that. We're gonna go to 6A, actually. Stevie, we're gonna go to 6A, the public hearing, sorry.
Okay.
I'm gonna run the bathroom.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. Public hearing.
Six A, hearing to consider adoption of a resolution adopting an updated schedule of fees for permits, applications, and services for the Development Services Department and improving an annual CPI adjustment to said fees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Treber, Community Economic Development Director. I have Becky Beavers and Jamie Bax and Dexter as well, and Ahmad and Jared and Andrea. So this is simply taking our existing fee structure and adopting the CPI for this year. And what this also does is eliminates our requirement to come before the board every single year to add the CPI. It makes the CPI updated automatically as of July 1st. The resolution that's prepared for the board's consideration identifies the CPI and the time frame for that. If the CPI goes up, the fees would adjust up on that percentage base, and if the CPI goes down, the fees would adjust down on that CPI. So we're not adding any new fees with this action. We're simply adopting the CPI increase for the fiscal year 19-20, and then setting it to where it becomes an automatic update every July 1st. That concludes our presentation. We're here for any questions or may have.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Well, first of all, I always hate this when this comes up in front of us, but I don't know, it was about 8 years ago, we fought for a couple of years to reduce them 2/3. We reduced them for 2/3 for about 3.5 years. And I think it helped our citizens of the county. But what was a good part about it when they brought it back, and the reason I voted to take it off the 2/3 vote in those days was because you guys went through all the different fees, every single one. And so I want the public to know this because I've been taking a lot of heat because I went and posted the Sierra News Online, said this was going to be on the agenda. So I shared that. I always share that with everybody so they know we're not trying to hide nothing. This is out in the open. Cost of doing business. And so I got some few negative things about it. A lot of people put on there, you know, which was really good, just like you both said about how our staff is so well received and stuff. And we got it's probably 2/3 for it and a third against it. And because they said go to our fellow counties and see what they're charging and see what the services they get compared to ours. But what was really cool about it, and I think I was going to try to type that out last night. I was busy studying, so I didn't do it. But best part about when we come off the 2/3 reduction, all the staff in every department went through every one of our fees and lowered every single one. Probably 85% of all of our fees were lowered. We went back up 2/3. If we would have left it like it was that 3.5 years before that, they would have been higher than what they are, some of them right now. So our staff, and we all voted that, and I thought then, and we talked about it then, of always having that CPI so we wouldn't be stuck in those things. You wait 5 years, and all of a sudden all of our costs went up here, so you tack on these big numbers, and it scares everybody to death. When you've got 2.5% CPI or 2.7, whatever it is, it makes a big difference in it. So thank you, staff. I just, I hate voting for these things because everybody says it stops our, and that was the other thing. I want it real clear. When we had that 2/3 reduction, the big developments did not get that at all. The only people who got it was smaller than, I think, was it 10 parcels?
That is correct. The
If there's
larger
anything over-
projects.
Right. Anything over 10 parcels, they paid full fees. They didn't get the 2/3 reduction. And that was very important to all of us because we didn't want to get it slammed to us that we gave those guys special privilege. They did not. They have paid full fees from day one. They never got reduced, except when we reduced all of them, they all got the same thing. We're all treated the same way. So thank you guys.
Well,
Thanks, staff.
and that's also, there's a higher cost for anything over 10. So it wasn't like there was a break for one. It was what the true cost was for the service that they were getting. Anything under 10.
Everything we do here is true cost. We don't make a penny on any of this. This is what it costs us to do business, to run Madera County efficiently and not be in the red like some of our neighbors are.
Yeah. Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I think the idea, Tom, as you mentioned, is we don't want to make a profit on this. And this is about paying for services rendered. And these are special services. They're not entitlements that the general public is just entitled to. Use the service, you need to pay for it, and that's what this pays for, so that the general public doesn't have to pay for it. And we don't make it any higher or any lower than it needs to be. And a lot of the reason why we reduced those during that economic time was for stimulus to help what we thought might be a little stimulus to encourage some people to do some things, and the benefit would be a long-term value of that added value to the tax rolls. So, and that does have some merit. So it did work for us in many ways. But we have to do things at true cost. People that use those services have to pay for them. I do. I'm a board of supervisors. I don't get a break. I pay for them just like anybody else does. When I step up to the counter and write my check, and they give me a receipt, and that's how it works. We all pay our way. So there it is.
Also, we still have to update and look at the overall fee structure and to see what the actual costs are and what we pay on a regular basis. So just because the CPI is going in with that increase, as we update the fee structure, if it's not in line, it has to come back, right?
That is correct, Supervisor. We look at our fees on a regular basis. It's of paramount importance to me and the department because we are dealing with individuals' livelihoods and taxpayer dollars. And so we make sure we are paying very close attention to that. We routinely review our fees. We were before the board in 2017 with more of a comprehensive. We had lowered some additional fees. So we're constantly looking at that. Some fees will go up over time. Some may decrease over time. But, you know, we've spent a lot of time working through these, and we'll continue to do that. And I'm not afraid to be before the board and make these adjustments and amendments where they're deemed fit and required.
And we're also pretty lean in the department, and where there's things that go up due to the economy, we're farming some of that out, contracting some of that out. This pays for those contracts. So like, so we're not getting overbloated during the good times, and then we figure out to just keep those fees up during the bad times, right? They can come down.
Absolutely, absolutely, Chairman Frazier. It's very important to me in working with administration to make sure our staffing levels are where they need to be, but we also can then, with our contracts with different companies, environmental companies and construction companies, contract with those key entities to bring in extra resources during, you know, we have a significant amount of development occurring, and our staffing levels are not much different than when we were issuing 35 single-family residential permits a year, and now we're issuing 400, 500, 600 residential permits per year. So we've brought in different consulting groups. You'll have actually some contracts prepared and moving forward to the board here in the next month, probably, to allow that flexibility so that in these, you know, robust times, not staffing up necessarily, but, you know, taking a more conservative approach, bringing in those firms to assist. And then, you know, after a year or 2 years of that constant, then we start looking at the potential there for maybe increased permanent staffing. But, you know, yeah, we're running a pretty lean ship up there, but we're getting the job done, I think.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, I just, one other thing, somebody on this post, I just refreshed my mind on it, a couple of notes I wanted to put. They said we closed Bass Lake up at our meeting place. We've never closed it. I fought to keep it open when the administration, not this one, wanted to shut it, but we did not ever shut it. And we're moving to a better, bigger place now. It'll be right downtown Oakhurst. It'll be more convenient, and we'll probably have more services by the time we get done. So the other thing is that they said that incentive we did for the hotel convention center up there was taxes. So that was TOT taxes, and there's nothing of nothing. We can't even raise a TOT tax unless we do a 218 vote. Nothing to do with this. No permits, no nothing. All they're paying full fees on their permits, on everything else they're doing. They don't get one break either. We never have, and we never will. And then they said also that we didn't give those incentives for a small 500-foot accessory house. We did that too. We went and changed the rules on that so they could build a 500-foot residence for hardly no money. I remember when you guys brought it. I wasn't even really in favor of that, but I did vote for it. But we stepped up to the plate. So these people read stuff or look at stuff. They got their minds made up. And when I get done today, I'm going to have a good talk with all of them. I don't mind putting it on there. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the board? If not, this is a public hearing. Any members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, call close to the public hearing. Bring it back to the board for action.
I move to approve the.
I beat you, but I'll take second.
Okay.
I'll second it.
That's okay. Sorry about that.
We have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Item 7A, Presentation and request for direction on industrial hemp.
Okay, Stevie has a presentation. We're gonna let her get all the way through it before we ask any questions, so we can get through it. I know, that's.
Not the norm. Good admonition there, Chairman.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chairman Frazier, Stevie McNeil, Madera County Ag Commissioner.
I have a question on this title slide.
And I'm here this morning to, what I'd like to do is start a dialogue on industrial hemp because it's here, it's happening. So we need to start a dialogue on that. And again, I'd be gladly take any questions, comments, and direction at the end. If you do need some clarification on something, please let me know.
I thought we couldn't interrupt you.
Yeah.
At the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors, you may.
Just after.
Yeah. I tried to make this presentation where it'd be simple to understand both to the public and everyone on this. So I wanted to start out with some things I'll be going over. What is hemp? Hemp uses, some legislation both on the state and federal end, types of production, some considerations involving this, and pathways that counties are taking. And so here is industrial hemp. What is industrial hemp? And I'll just read through this real quick here. Industrial hemp is defined under the Food and Ag Code and Health and Safety Code as a crop that's limited to types of the plant, cannabis sativa, having no more than 0.3%. This is a mouthful here. Tetrahydrocannabinol, THC. That's the psychoactive ingredient.
No wonder they abbreviated it.
Yeah. We will call that THC from now on. Contained in the dried flowering tops, growing or not, seeds, resin, any part of the plant, mixture and everything, and that's from that. So that's that. So the main reason, the main differentiation between what people, cannabis is for marijuana and for industrial hemp. So industrial hemp needs to be meet the 0.3% THC threshold. And in California, the second part of this here, the enforcement and the department that is overseeing this is the California Department of Food and Agriculture, CDFA. Now, hemp has been around for a long time, and it's used for a variety of products, fibers, textiles, industrial use, building materials, papers, fuels, body care products. But the one thing that there's a lot of interest in is using, and here's another one of those big words, cannabidiol, which then we will call CBD going forward here, oil for medicinal purposes and potentially as a food additive. And a lot of growers are looking to produce this because of the CBD. CBD is a phytocannabinoid discovered in 1940, and it's one of many cannabinoids in the plants, and it's in the plant extract. And I just want to add this in here that as of 2018, there's been some preliminary clinical research on CBD for studies of anxiety, cognition, movement disorders, and pain. And there have been, I threw this in too, that there have been, I feel that these are accurate predictions that the CBD market could hit $22 billion by 2022. Now, just to throw something in here, I do not have cable TV, but even on over-the-air TV, especially on the channels on weekends and late at night and everything, so much interest in supplements, a lot of interest in that. I put this in so we could have some judgment on where we're going here on price-wise for this and do some comparisons. And the first part of this is from the Madera County Crop Report, our last one. And those are farm gate values, so those aren't the final retail values, but those farm gate. And alfalfa is a little over 1,300 per acre. cotton, a little over 1,500 per acre, red wine grapes, a little over 3,000 per acre, almonds, about 5,200 per acre, and processed tomatoes, which is a contracted crop, little over 9,000. So industrial hemp grown for fiber, in the neighborhood of about 550 per acre, for seed, about 800 per acre. And I put a question mark here on for the CBD because I have seen this kind of all over the board, but I think that these are very good figures. Low end, 2,500 up to 25,000, 50,000, and 55,000 per acre when you're doing this for CBD. Basically, you're looking for the female plants because you want the flowering tops. So the female plants are what you're looking for, unless for you going from the seed, but then you would rogue the males out later. And again, for the CBD, you're looking for having the female plants. And I put this in, Stephanie with our water division had asked me this, and I looked at this, and again, these are good figures, that for industrial hemp, it takes about 2 to 3 acre feet per acre to grow. As a comparison, alfalfa takes about 5. Almonds, if you're got it tied down and using micro sprinklers and everything, you could use about 2¼ acre feet per acre. If you have different other irrigation methods, it could be a little bit more than that. And cotton, 2½ to 3 acre feet per acre. I'm a visual aids type of person. I like to be able to see things. It helps me relate to a little better. So we'll be going through some pictures here. This is what I call Kentucky style, and this is in Kentucky, and this is industrial hemp being grown for fiber. One thing that's going on in Kentucky is that there is a decreased demand for tobacco, so they're trying to find alternate crops for their tobacco farmers to do. And this is grown very similar to field corn and harvested in a similar manner. And so I call this Kentucky style, and this is being grown for fiber. Now this is marijuana. This is not industrial hemp, but I put this in so you could kind of see the cultural style. You can see that these plants are kind of tended individually and given care that way. So it's a little different than the Kentucky style. And again, this is marijuana. This is not industrial hemp. And again, this shows you the cultural style of how these individual plants are tended. This is industrial hemp. And as you can see, this is being grown for CBD, which is the desirable thing to grow it for. And as you can see, the cultural practice and the way they grow it is very similar in appearance to the marijuana. And without some further testing, it's basically indistinguishable if you just were to drive by and see it. Okay, once that's the flower parts are harvested, they're put in what's called totes, also called super sacks, this type of thing. And here's the next one showing you this is, again, this is the flower parts that are in there and a close-up of that. Now getting into some of the laws, because there's both federal law and state law on this. And so you do need to have a little basic understanding. The 2014 Farm Bill kind of opened the door for industrial hemp. And then the 2018 Farm Bill, which President Trump signed towards the end of December last year, further opened that door. And it took industrial hemp from it was no longer going to be called a controlled substance as long as it met the requirements of 0.3% of THC. And so the Farm Bill, the 2018 Farm Bill also allowed for industrial hemp to be grown on a commercial basis rather than just with institutes of higher education. So you could have two ways to go on that if you're growing. Now, Congress did mandate that USDA come up with federal regulations, what they call a pilot program, and for industrial hemp cultivation. It hasn't happened yet, but from what I hear and everything is it's anticipated to happen in this fall. So we're looking for a federal industrial hemp pilot program sometime in this fall, early winter. And then also under the 2018 Farm Bill, it said that states must create their own pilot program and for industrial hemp. And they have to do that because if the state wants to have regulatory control over it, then they have to meet this requirement. And this has not yet happened in California. So we have a little bit of a disconnect there. But California and CDFA did go ahead and roll it out. So, like I said, we've got a little bit of a disconnect. At this point, it's unclear on what the federal regulations will be when we finally get to see their pilot program and whether that's going to mesh with California's current program or if the California's program is going to be changed. So there's some, legal things in limbo there. In California hemp law, as you know, Prop 64 was enabling adult use of marijuana. And then since 2017, CDFA has been working on regulations for industrial hemp. CDFA has been rolling out regulations using an emergency rulemaking process, and they did roll out the registration part of that in, I think it was April 25th, and then just in the middle of June, towards the end of June last month, they came out with some of the registration regulations. Now, in some of these emergency regulations, they're already seeing some issues there, and so this will still need to go through the final rulemaking process, and when it does, some of the things that are in the emergency regulations may change at that time. And then even further down the line is when USDA gets their pilot plan and the state gets their pilot plan, then they may need to have some more changes to get in alignment. So one of the things that affects me is when it started with the rollout of the registration process requirements, it says Ag Commissioner shall this, Ag Commissioner shall that. So that's one of the reasons I'm here. And then just recently, and like I said, in June, they came out with emergency regulations having to do with sampling, testing, and approved labs. I just wanted to throw in there too that Senate Bill 153, this was started by RC, was trying to put in some comments on how some of these discrepancies can be taken care of. That bill is still being kicked around. It's active, and so we'll see what happens there. That would give us some clarifications to some things. Now, I'd mentioned earlier there's basically two kinds of production. There's for cultivation, we'll call regular commercial, which is someone comes into my office and there's a CDFA form that they fill out. This can be for just regular growing it, or if they want to be a seed breeder, but this is the commercial production end of it. There's also can be production by established agricultural research institutions, which I'll call ERIES from here on, and these do not require registration, and the crop is for research purposes only. And one little difference there is that ERIES may retain plants that have THC levels exceeding 0.3% of THC. So the Food and Ag Code has a definition for an ERIE, and I've got all that up there. One thing is that it's not real clear, and even CDFA says, yes, we understand that. So that Food and Ag Code is vague, and the California legislature has not provided guidelines yet on how the county can establish whether a cultivator claiming to be an ERIE is legitimate or whatever. And so they agree that that's vague and that there are no guidelines on how the county can establish that. But CDFA has expressed intention to work on providing clearer guidelines for definitions of areas. Some considerations of many in here, pests and pesticides, going back to the farm bills that I mentioned earlier, when the registration process for any pesticide starts with what's called a Section 3, and that's at the EPA, which is the federal level. So if you're going to get a pesticide registered to be used on a crop for certain insects or whatever, or weeds, whatever, it has to start there with the federal registration. Then it comes to California with the Department of Pesticide Regulation for the state registration process. Since just up until when the last farm bill was signed, and that's when industrial hemp was taken off of the controlled substance list, there was a conundrum there because the federal EPA couldn't come up with pesticides to register on something that was a controlled substance. So there's a real lack of pesticides out there. They're trying to work some things out, but right now there are a few that are registered. I understand they're specifically for what I call the Kentucky style, but so it's kind of an issue here because cannabis is known to have mites, rodenticides, this type of thing. So what are you going to use if there's nothing registered? So that's a concern. Abatement, if needed, in some counties that have already started on this, especially if the grower contracts with someone and leases their land, and then their THC contents is tested and comes out to be more than 0.3%. Sometimes they just say, to heck with it, I can't afford this, and walk off. So then the county is left, what are we going to do about abating this and the crop destruction? There have, in the last rollout of emergency regulations, CDFA did put some things in there, but counties can still add to that if they need to. And again, the increased workload and staffing needs, not just for my office, but for the sheriff's office and code enforcement. I know that in the last 2-3 months, I've had hundreds of calls and a lot of people coming in and counter traffic and everything else. And so there's a lot of interest in this, as you can see from the price per acre. I certainly understand why. What's going to be the cost of enforcement, fees, any permits, nuisance odor complaints? I've had some people say that because of the lower THC content that maybe there's not as much odor. I really don't know. I can't attest to that one way or the other. Land use restrictions. Some counties are putting in some restrictions such as it can't be more than X amount of acres. It needs to be in an agricultural zone only. It needs to be a setback from places like schools and sensitive sites, this type of thing. So you have to look at that. Also, too, industrial hemp is allowed to be grown on tribal lands, and we do have tribal lands here in Madera County. Concerns with the public, because as those pictures I showed you, the way that that industrial hemp is grown for CBD, the cultural practices make it look, very similar to the cultural practices that you would have for marijuana. And one other concern is a big one is that the required state and federal plans are not yet finalized. So don't know where we're going there. I call this pathways used by some counties. Some counties have said, we don't know what to do. This has come upon us so quickly here. There's been no action taken. Some are doing land use restrictions. Some are doing temporary ordinance, suspension amendments, urgency type of measures. And that's especially until the state and federal non-alignment is resolved. What are we going to do for fees? That's kind of all up in the air right now. And again, it's come on so fast that it's kind of caught everyone by surprise. CDFA definitely got the cart before the horse on this one, but it's here. One reason that some ordinance amendments have been done is some counties feel that because the federal guidelines, the federal pilot plan, and the state plan are yet to be submitted and approved, and that's U.S. Code 1639Q, which says, in the case of a state or Indian tribe for which a plan is not approved under 1639P of this title, the production of hemp in that state or the territory shall be subject to a plan established by the Secretary, and that was the Secretary of USDA, to monitor and regulate that production. So some counties are saying right off the bat, well, it's illegal to grow right now because we don't have these plans and the government says this. But again, things are very vague, very gray, and in California, we've been going ahead with that. But that is one reason why some counties are doing some urgency things. Sometimes this will allow, if a county chooses to do this, it allows time for the planning, the ag commissioner, sheriff, whatever departments are involved, develop any local ordinances. You can establish fees to reimburse counties on actual costs. Right now, I know on some of these, the last emergency thing they rolled out on the sampling and testing, it's like, who's going to pay for this? It has to go to an ISO-approved lab. That's unclear. So some counties are putting in that it's the responsibility of the grower to do that, but there's so many, little loose ends on that. That's just an example. Again, some counties on the looking at performance bonds, if the abatement might be required, and exploring some pest and pesticide issues. What are we going to do on that? And there could be all sorts of other things that are showing up. These are some counties that have the temporary industrial hemp suspensions on there. There's about 28 overall. Some of these, or I get the majority of these right here, have some kind of an emergency amendment on both Erie's and commercial production, but it could be on one and not the other, or it could also be land use restrictions. Just last week, Kings County, who is allowing hemp to be grown, came out with some emergency interim ordinances and addresses the county's permitting process, setbacks for sensitive sites, growing in agricultural zones, and talking more about allows the county to inspect and monitor the growth of hemp type of situation. So those are some of those. County fees. This 81,000 regulations are the ones in the Food and Ag Code that are addressing industrial hemp. And this 81005C states the Board of Supervisors of a county may establish a reasonable fees in amount necessary to cover the actual costs of the commissioner and the county of implementing, administering, enforcing the provisions of the division, except for costs that are otherwise reimbursable, blah, 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 to be charged and collected by the commissioner, subsequent to some of these sections. I will say when people come in and, absent a moratorium, which I don't like that word, it sounds like death. I preferred, some kind of a interim suspension type of situation, because this is not forever thing. This is just for some counties what they're doing until they figure out what's going on. The state just sent out to all of the counties a contract saying that this is for a year and a half, and for everything you do, registration, your time, going out in the field, sampling, testing, the whole thing, we're going to give you $2,000 for a year and a half. Well, I've already burnt through expense of that already on just of what we're doing. So I don't know, when I send that contract, I know I'm going to get a call from Joel saying, is this cost effective? And so that might have a little bit of an issue there.
But 1,500?
2,000.
2,000.
2,000. However, counties can, based on this Food and Ag Code 81005C, set other fees too, and some counties are doing that. And I do have examples of that I'll gladly share with county council on what some of the other counties are doing to make this whole cost-wise. Right now is kind of a general fund type of situation, which is not good. When the person comes in and registers, they're going the registered method, not the Erie method. They give a $900 check, but that is to CDFA, and we turn around and the whole 900 goes straight to CDFA. At the beginning, they started talking about possibly giving the counties, the ag commissioners, 300 of that, and then that kind of went away, and I heard 135, and now I'm hearing nothing. And we got that contract that's for a year and a half of work for the 2,000, so here we are on that. Anyway, we've gotten a lot of calls, a lot of interest. Supervisors, it's here, it's happening. I think we need to find responsible ways to do this because it's here, and so we need to have some guidelines on what it's doing because, like I said, it's here and it's happening. Of course, one of my concerns is every time they roll out one of their bits by bits of emergency regulations, it always says in there, ag commissioner shall this, ag commissioner shall that. So just kind of wanted to get some comments from you, any questions, and any direction. Like I said, I just wanted to start this dialogue because it is out there and it's happening in Madera County.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Thank you. Since I've seen that on there yesterday, I did a little bit of homework too. So, and thanks for a great presentation. Surprised you left out Kern and Stanislaus County. Kind of surprised you didn't do that.
Yeah, Kings allows it.
I got
They,
it all.
yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I got this, I looked this up, industrial hemp registration goes live in California, May the 1st. It's $900 per county when you want to sign up for it, so you can register what you have to do. So that's all here because of the federal farm bill that passed in 2018. You know, they puts on there to redefine hemp as part of the cannabis plant containing 0.3% of 1% or whatever it is, THC. First of all, I want everybody to know that I do use CBD on my hands. I got arthritis, and I was paying some really expensive stuff from prescription drugs from my doctor. And a friend of mine said, you ought to try some of this. Well, I did. Well, I buy it now, but it's $89 a tube about that big. But it makes my hands so I can use them. I can actually grip something. I just wanted to know, everybody know that. I don't try to hide that because it makes me so I can live. And I can buy it at feed stores, so that makes it nice. The Kern County, they've already got 3,000 acres that's growing there. They passed theirs. I think I got the date in here, but this year, and it's the same thing. It has to be the CBD type of hemp, and they've got all kinds of nice rules here. I got them all right here, all wrote down, and they've already got 3,000 acres doing it. And two things, they're they're all farmers there too. And I know all the ones that voted for it. Two things. They're trying to help the farmers. The farmers came to them in all these three counties, asked them to pass something so they could grow it. There's 13 parties right now that's permitted in in Kern County. My county's straightened here. They told them to sign up for it, and then their ag commissioner looks at it all and make sure it's all correct. They do charge them money, and if you guys remember, this year is the first year in the last 3 years that I haven't said during the budget hearing it's a cash crop that we could really make some money on to help everything, our schools, our own budget, our own bank. So I've always been for that. And one thing I wanted to ask you, though, on the federal hemp law on the PowerPoint, you said that the states need to do a pilot program. It don't say that on your deal. You said it. Is that your idea of it, or is that
No,
the
no,
state?
that it's called the pilot program. I'd have to go back in there, but it's talking about.
Make
I
sure you
think it
put
says
that
it-
in there because it don't say
Okay.
pilot program. It says what it is, and then you said pilot. So
Yeah.
I want to make
It's-
that
It's
correct.
kind of
you know.
another term for it.
Okay, but it's, I mean, if there's pilot programs, that's fine, but your PowerPoint didn't say that. And the thing is that what's different about this, the hemp and the marijuana, is that marijuana growers do not like it because it cross-pollinates and it makes their marijuana weaker. So that's right in the article. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, Humboldt County, Imperial all have a ban for a different reason.
Yeah.
Other areas.
Than that, right. But, you know, they've been using it since George Washington until World War II. They use it for rope, paper, clothing, animal feed, and plastics. And founding father George Washington famously grew and advocated this cultivation as a cash crop. And the United States used domestic hemp to make uniforms, canvas, and other products during World War II. Is all in that part in this thing. The hemp was essentially outlawed in 1937, except the government could use it to make this, grow it and make this stuff. So until the 2018 Farm Bill, it was doing, and like Stevie said on that what it's worth, the medicine part of it is what the big dollars are. I think more than that, all that other stuff. In Stanislaus County, it's really funny there. If you read their page, and what's really funny is what we all know, Vito. Here's what he said: Instead, it will allow small-scale cultivation on 10 to 12 acre properties zoned for agriculture only. Doing nothing is not an option, says Vito. So they voted to do it 12 acres only. They can grow there. It's really weird. I guess I don't know where they got 12 acres. It's like the 10 by 10 on a building for growing it inside and keeping it covered. I don't know. But it's a pilot program that they're using in Stanislaus County, and I thought that was very interesting. Kings County, they just voted theirs in June 25th, and it's interim urgency ordinance regulating the cultivation of hemp in Kings County. And I'm trying to remember if they had a acre thing on it. But they got their county to permit, monitor, and inspect the cultivation of hemp, and they'll fill in the regulatory gap, obtain information from the crop for future uses. And Doug Bourbon, you guys all know him, and Richard Valley, they're both farmers, recognizing versatility in many different products. Industrial hemp serves as an ingredient to everyday products like clothing, lotions, oils, and paper. So, and their ag commissioner says this is an opportunity here to harvest a viable and profitable crop. So then I went to bed last night, and I was looking at some of my emails, and we, the county, or I guess the county, I don't know who does the Business Journal, who had that article about Madera County, and they on their front, I was seeing it come out last night, or yesterday, I guess. I don't know when. I didn't look what time it came. Hemp's slow launch. Experts forecast bumper crop next year. This year, they got a big article, and it's very interesting. Even though hemp is made a legal crop by federal lawmakers in December 18, starts of commercial hemp farms in California had to wait for the state to determine on their licensing rules, which they did. And it says April 30th, the California Department of Food and Ag did what I said earlier. In Fresno, they've got 23 licensed so far, said Rusty Landsberger. I'm sure you know him. And Kings County. And it says here Madera County has 5 has 5 that's been submitted. Did they talk to you about this on this article?
That was who, the Business Journal?
Yeah.
Yes, they called, and we have 5 that are registered and 2 that are the Areaway.
Oh, okay. So, and Kings has 10, so it's very interesting. I think that we got to be, I sure don't want to put no moratorium. That'd be the worst thing we could do. We got to, I think we got to direct her to come up with a plan that how we're going to do it and advocate for the thousands of people that's going to be doing this. I have been getting the calls for the last year now from different ones that wants to grow it and stuff, but I think some of them are marijuana too, which that's okay. What they do is most of that's illegal, but for hemp, for our farmers, we got one sitting down here. It's really important that we give them that option if that's what they're there. But I think it's also when you can get, we've kind of screwed up on the almonds and pistachios. We've let that get out of hand. They've converted over 40,000 acres of our, I think, prime grazing land to those things, and you can see what it's worth on that picture. But we're talking about $2,500 to $50,000 an acre for CBD products. Why don't we get in line and make sure that we put enough tax on it and license those that we'll pay for what she's worrying about, whether or not she's going to have enough money to do this. Hey, it's a money crop. They can pay for it. You think they're going to make that kind of money? They won't pay a decent license for us to do? My points. Thank you, guys.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I probably missed it. You referred to water use, the water use per acre. It's about like
Yes, I did.
A
Between
little
2
less
and
than
3
almonds.
acre, between 2 and 3 acre feet
Oh,
per
okay.
acre
Yeah. Actually, a little
for
less than
for
that.
industrial
It's a little
hemp.
Yeah, and then the thing I kind of like about this type of crop is that it's not permanent. Also, it can be grown based on availability of water, so it be rotated in, and that's beneficial. Gives farmers options in off years and in good years as well. What happens with crops that are over 3% or the 0.3% THC and the operations? What is there?
That is a very vague area,
to be
Supervisor.
determined?
It's, yeah, and that's a lot of times whenever I ask questions to CDFA, so we'll get back to you on that.
Well, I think it's important. That's an
yes.
important component
Yes.
because then it ceases to be a hemp crop, and becomes a marijuana crop, and that's the defining line, and that's where we don't want to go because
Absolutely.
at that point we become a cartel proliferation county. We become a place where this could get out of control real quick, and we have to control it such that we know the crop is licensed, we know how many acres are there, and they have to pay for that control because it's going to be something that we're going to watch very closely. Otherwise, law enforcement's going to show up on their doorstep and rip the crop out, and it's going to be disposed of. And that's the way it's got to operate. I mean, it has to be done seriously. Otherwise, we're going to become the marijuana county, and I just don't want to go there. That's one of the reasons why we hadn't gotten involved in it before. But I do see the value of CBD. I've had several friends, and in a logical argument, when you look at what narcotics do to a person's body, and the use of narcotics and use of opiates and what have you to control pain and the effects upon that person's life, and then you look at what the difference between that and CDB and the products that I've seen, and the testimonials that I've had from friends who have had to revert to that. One of my friends here locally, she's a nurse. She's terminally ill. She's dying of cancer. and she's looking for ways to relieve her pain. She didn't want to be stoned out of her head on narcotics. She wanted to spend time with her grandchildren. So she's using these type of products to control her pain. I can see the absolute logic and freedom and right of her to do that, to in her last days, to be able to enjoy her family in a quality way. Tough to talk about these things because this is life. We're affecting the lives of people here. And these type of crops enable people to have a decent life when they have pain. I have another friend in the same circumstance. She broke her neck back many years ago, paraplegic, completely dependent on control of pain. And this is a product she uses. So I can see the benefit of going in this direction. I also don't want to hinder the ability of our farmers to grow a legitimate crop for a legitimate profit, which benefits our region and the jobs and the families and the quality of life here in Madera County. So I think there is a merit to what we're doing here, and I'd like to extend the same thought that Tom did. I think he put a lot of thought into his presentation there. I thought it was very well put together, and I agree with the presentation. I agree with the idea of moving forward and getting whatever it takes to make sure that this doesn't get out of control and become a problem, and to work with law enforcement and our sheriff and others to make sure that this is exactly what we are ordering, what the doctor ordered us, so to speak. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor
Mr. Chairman, if I'm going to interject here, County Council asked if I could clarify something. Can I do that now?
Yes, please do.
The difference, and this relates to something you said, Supervisor Rogers. Again, as you both said, the difference between marijuana and industrial hemp is meeting that 0.3% of THC. If you go the Erie way, the research way, you can have more than that, but it's not supposed to be for commercial purposes. It's for research only. Now, one thing that some counties have done is, and some of the restrictions, even though they're allowing the growth on this, is that because you don't have to, if you're in Erie, you are not required to do the lab testing and everything. You can do that on your own, but it's not through the other regulations. Some counties are putting things into their interim ordinances that yes, if you are in Erie, you need to do that, and you need to keep it at the 0.3% or below that.
Thank you. And just to clarify with destruction, if it goes above that level, Eries are not required legally as it stands now to destroy the crop because they can keep it for research purposes.
Right.
So destruction will be treated differently if you're commercially growing it versus growing it for educational purposes. So
I don't have any problem with the Erie portion of it. I don't think I think that's going to be far limited as compared. There's not very many people who can afford to do an Erie where they're not getting reimbursed for the services. So I don't think that's going to be we're going to have a proliferation of Eries.
Yep. Just
but I think in those circumstances, we might want to consider a regulation where we require them to fence the crop. Something
so
like
just
that.
the difference in destruction so far where the law lies. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
If they're going to grow above 3%, above that threshold, then they need to probably fence the crop or something to guard it.
The license goes way up.
In response to that, Supervisor Rogers, there's, again, everything is so vague and new and things just got thrown out there. So everyone's trying to get together on this. I appreciate that. However, some people with Eries have come up with, well, we're going to sell it and call it market research. And again, I've asked CDFA and they go, well, we'll get back to you on that. So,
wow.
So I think the Erie method we had talked, because there could be a proliferation of Eries if there's a way to make money through them.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you don't have the money to start, if you can make money from it after. So using an established or, Institute of Higher Learning is real, not just
Feigned.
some group that calls themselves an Erie, I think would be important. I know that was
Madera
important
County
to the-
University of Pot, huh?
I was thinking University of Brett Fraser. I don't want to start one of those, but Supervisor Poitras.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You asked, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It was a great presentation. You answered a lot of questions. You asked for direction, and I've just got simple direction. Number one, whatever action we take, we just need to make sure that we charge or recover our costs of enforcement. You know, nothing more, nothing less, just like we talked about development fees and permit fees and so forth. And the second thing is there's many parties working on this. I'm sure we've got, well, number one, CDFA, we've got CSAC, we've got a number of counties, we've got Farm Bureau,
RCRC.
we've got, everybody's working on it. I don't think that we need to try to be real cute or real creative in terms of developing a policy. I think that we can, ride the coattails of some of these organizations and come up with a policy that makes sense, that's consistent with other counties and other places around the state, and so forth. I wouldn't rely on any specific information coming out of this board. I'm not sure anybody here again is qualified to provide specific rules and so forth. But there's plenty of parties out there, and then after that, the market takes care of it. It proliferates. People start losing money. Acreage starts coming back down, and just like farming has gone for years and years and years. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good information.
Yeah, because as it gets planted, it's not going to be $25,000 to $50,000 an acre. Market will bring it back into where it is.
We keep thinking
cost
I'm going to
effective,
do
yeah.
that too, but it's still staying up there at
Yeah.
20 plus. I got one more.
Well, it's such a usable product.
Yeah, the almond oil helps my hands. Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, I all my notes here, I forgot to ask about, you're talking about that where the slide that said abatement and crop destruction, if needed, you had down there. It might be our responsibility, it depends how we write an ordinance up, but all of our places now, when these people rent, it's one of these, I've met Matt, he's back there. One time there was a couple of people that rented properties out and they grew marijuana. It was the landowner's problem. It ain't our problem. That person you said rented that and then walked away. That's that landowner's problem. It's not the county's. So.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm just echoing what some other counties have told me, that they have gotten into that situation.
Well, I can see if they didn't follow suit like we've done. We are on top of that, and we have been on top. Even with banks, we've nailed them and made them take care of their cleanup there.
They get fined and it gets put against their property.
They put fines in place to do it.
I think it's important that whatever ordinance we bring forward or whatever, it looks like that there is that testing aspect of it, that cost of the testing is borne by them. I know that there's some mobile testing labs that your office could have that is like $15,000. So anything that we build, we would have to add that cost into it because it would be necessary, or third-party testers. But also looking at, if it does go over that, that's, knowing where those plants are, that's the probable cause, or our law enforcement to be able to go onto those properties because there is a marijuana plant there, that would be, the assumption that it after. So whatever we build in, we have to work with our public safety, our sheriff, DA, to make sure that that we're covered in the event that it goes over that there is a clear path to destruction and to get onto the property if it's going above and beyond that. So with that, if there's no other questions or direction. Supervisor Rodriguez?
You know, when we hear all this talk and I hear all the excitement that I hear up here, what a terrible, terrible way to go. Where is society going? It's a dollar bill. That's what we're doing. This is terrible. And the people out there, half the country's on drugs, painkillers. You read the paper, kids are getting raped and everything else. It's going to get worse, folks. This stuff here, if we didn't have enough ways to get high, I don't know. This is terrible. But I guess we have to follow the lead of everybody else. But I don't feel comfortable at all. At all. And some of the counties that perhaps they don't have the money in their budget, all that, you know, Kings County, you know, this is something else. I can't believe what's going on. And I believe we have to follow everybody else. I guess is the way we go. But what I go back to, what is society coming to? Thank you.
All right. I'll open it up now to public comment. Yeah. If you can come up
Yeah,
to
come
the
up here.
microphone, and you'll just have to remove your badge.
Linda Hatfield, resident of Madera County. My question basically is for the Ag Commissioner in that where within the county is the most applicable soil that this product would be the most successful? Is it going to be foothills? Is it going to be cropland? Where is the place where the kind of soil we have would be the most successful for this to grow?
If you can, the question. So we'll take the questions after all of public comment.
Right.
And she can respond to that question at that time. Does that work for you?
It's fine. I'm just curious as to where
Where the
it would,
soils-
you know, I mean, you don't plant almonds in coarse gold. So it would be like, where would this go?
Okay.
It says ag land, 40 acres, a lot of the counties is used, so.
So we'll have at the end of public comment, I'll
Okay,
have.
thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment regarding this item? Seeing none, I'll call close to public comment.
Yeah, I
And
like.
hold on, we'll have Stevie answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, won't let me do nothing.
Right now, I said of the 7 growers that we have, one is closer to town, one is near Avenue 11 and Road 24 and a half, Avenue 17 and Road 20, and then we've got one that's a little south of Madera, the city of Madera. And we've got one person registered for coarse gold, the kind of coarse gold Oakhurst area, and then one that's by Chuck Chansey, and another one that is Avenue 24 and Road 12.
The tribe don't have to register, right?
Not if they're going the educational way.
Or if they're
I mean,
on,
they don't have to anyway, do they?
Sovereign land.
Sovereign land?
Yeah, that's kind of a strange one. If you look at all of the rules and regulations on this, it very specifically says that the tribals can do it. But I've, worked in counties with tribal lands before, and basically you just can't do anything.
So, Linda, it sounds like kind of everywhere. In I think the different soil types take a different type of growing, and so I think the farmers or cultivators of it will determine where it grows the best. I'm sure that's where the
Waiting for you to come up.
seems like it.
This plant is just marijuana without the THC. It grows everywhere in Madera County, and it will probably grow through two growing seasons in the majority of Madera County. So it doesn't matter where. I can't tell you where the best place to grow it. I mean, with a legitimate farmer who's really trying to grow hemp, because there is a lot of useful things for it, but I will attest to that weed grows everywhere in Madera County, just as long as you have water.
Do you know if the tribes can do it?
No, I think Stevie's right. That's still a mess. I would I would think you should assume that the tribes can do it. Because
I
if
just
you look at the
remember
tribes
saying
down,
something.
you look at the tribes down south in San Diego County, they're beginning to do their own medical marijuana grows. Though the odd thing, we wouldn't even be meeting here if this was like, hey, are we going to grow hops? Because hops can't turn into beer, right? But hemp grown with the wrong seeds, or I'm not a farmer, but basically, if it's grown wrong, it could have enough THC that it turns into marijuana. But it's literally the exact same plant. Looks like hemp yesterday and hemp today, but it could be marijuana. So the biggest thing for law enforcement is going to be our ability under your ordinance to legally abate when it's over and above. And I do have serious concerns, and I think Supervisor Frazier brought this up, that if it's possible to legally only allow legitimate, meaning accredited institutes. When they say research institutes, what do you think? You think Cal Poly, UC Davis, Fresno State, Merced College,
There'd be
places
some
that have
company
2 and
created
4 year
one.
ag programs looking at this as an ag product. But when you can have, the Brett Frazier Rancho's Institute of Research, and he doesn't have to have any students, then we have a problem.
Yes.
So that's just kind of our 2 cents worth.
Absolutely.
We're not against hemp. We're wanting to make sure that we can continue to legally enforce and immediately eradicate illegal marijuana grows anywhere in Madera County.
Sure, if anybody who listens to me talk learns, so I have tons of students.
Okay. Stick with that story.
County Council?
Yes.
County Council?
Yeah, Chairman and members of the board, before you provide direction, I just wanted to clarify one thing. Because the timing has made it legal to register with our ag commissioner, and we have a handful of registrations, the time period between now and when we bring back regulations, because I think Kings is one of the first to actually put out the regulations. Everybody else, their own county regs. Everyone else is kind of waiting for the state to finish putting out their emergency regulations, formulate their ordinance, and bring it back to the board. In the meantime, lawfully, people can register, and we will have to, as council, once the board adopts any local regulations, decide what to do with that group. And so I just want you to think about between now and when we bring something back and waiting for clarification, that is why some counties, even though they're going to allow for it, are implementing these temporary bans. And I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because we will have to consider that bunch between when the ordinance becomes effective, because we can do it as an emergency, it'll become effective immediately, but there's still a time gap. And so just wanted to throw that to you for your consideration.
So there's going to be 2 grow seasons. So if we did not a temporary ban, but a temporary ordinance amendment, we could. So those ones that have already put in this year can get through these grow season, or this grow season, and then we come back with our regs at a later date, and then open that back up for them to reapply and everybody else to reapply. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and that is definitely one option we talked about, is our regs should be coming in for the next grow season, and the way it's established right now is registration with the ag commissioner is annually, and so we'd be able to capture the next round of crops and harvesting. Yes.
Supervisor Wither?
Yeah, I just, it's, state of California has been working like mad on this. Since March, when we pulled this item, we haven't done anything, and they've done all kinds of stuff. So it's, we can't just keep waiting on our tails. We got to do something, and I do not want to put a moratorium on it. I don't think that's what we should be doing. I hate moratorium. When I got elected, we had 2 or 3 of them on. The first thing I did, got rid of them. But I just
what
think
about
that,
your new well drilling moratorium that you brought up?
on water?
Just
I
bringing
did,
it up.
and it didn't work. And nobody believe that's the only one I've ever pushed
But he
for.
didn't pass it.
I know it didn't pass. But I think that what I'd like to do is direct our staff to come up with an ordinance that it's going to be an open book. It's like we do all of our ordinances. Every one of them can be changed tomorrow, and work with our DA, our sheriff, and the state, the feds, And the other counties that's already done this, I don't care the ones that done moratoriums, I don't even care what they did. We don't want to be in the back seat. We want to be in the front seat like we usually are in Madera County. And I just think that we can work with Stevie and start putting this together now. Come to us with a temporary one. That's what we want to call it, and as soon as you can. And it's not a motion because it's not a thing action deal, but I just want to give direction that that's what we should be doing.
Yeah, I agree with what Tom said, and just to respond, my colleague Max, I couldn't agree with you more that we don't need more crutches in our society. We don't need more drugs in our society. We don't need more things that are problematic in our society. And I think this is one of those things that is not that. It is the antithesis of that. It is the what's that? Yeah, it actually will help people off of it. And the reason the people that I mentioned use it is because it's not like narcotics. It's not like marijuana. It's not like the other things that lead us down that horrible path that you spoke of. And I couldn't agree with you more on that. But I think we need to really, really closely develop this with our sheriff, our DA, make sure that we have all of our loops closed. And if necessary, in the end, we close the loop later on. If we find one,
exactly.
we can work to do that and make this a positive thing rather than a negative. Thank you.
I really don't
I'm
want to
hearing
wait.
some consensus. I mean, that's kind of what you had said before, right?
I just want to mention from a practical standpoint, our ag commissioner is going to need resources to put this ordinance together, and I'm not sure that maybe you budgeted for that this year. You'll need you may need some additional help and so forth. He talked about you just kind of blew through this $2,000, and I could see that happening with this sort of thing. So I'm just throwing that out there as
right.
Let's ensure that if we're
We've
going to
never
task.
restricted our staff to, we direct them to give things. We kind of a money deal. We can't do that. We got to give them what resources they need.
Right.
I think we're all five of us to do that no matter what. So
Thank you.
So,
thank you, Rob.
So do we need a
that's
formal,
publicly known.
is there clear enough direction to staff?
Chairman, I think there's clear enough direction to staff. However, the way that the agenda is written, if you'd like to make a motion, because it says request for
I'll
direction.
make a motion for that same thing.
I'll second the motion.
All right, and we're clear that the direction is to create with the DA, sheriff,
Community economic development.
community
we're
economic
working with.
development, regulation to create our own regs with the help of the different agencies that we
Even the Farm
belong
Bill.
to.
Farm Bill. Even.
To bring that forward for how to deal with industrial hemp. Is that correct, Supervisor Wheeler, to the maker of the motion and the seconder of the
Yes,
motion?
sir.
All right. Roll call. Supervisor Rogers.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez,
No.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Vote passes 4-1.
Yep.
4-1. Vote passes.
So we're about to break. Does anyone have anything right at
I
noon?
gotta
Or
have
I was
I
thinking
gotta
if we got, looking at the crowd, I think most would be here also for 7F. And then we'll take that right before lunch and then go to lunch after. Is that okay to the board?
Do one more.
One more, 7F. But you all still have to stay and go to lunch in Madera. Send your taxes here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Stephanie and Agneson, Director of Water and Natural Resources. I'm going to give you a quick update, and then we'll end with a little bit of legal analysis from Mike Linden. This is a presentation that I gave to the advisory committee a week or two ago. So on the slide, you'll see kind of words of wisdom from Gary Peterson, who's the general manager from Salinas Valley Basin GSAs, and he has characterized SGMA this way. There's what everyone wants, which is predictability and certainty, and then there's what everybody gets, which is less predictability and greater uncertainty. But our way through this is with trust and transparency and legitimate stakeholder processes that engage all beneficial users. So I'll quickly go through projects and then demand reduction and then some rates. So in terms of projects, we've talked through a couple different things. One is taking better advantage of our CBP contract. That's our what we call the 215 or flood flows. In order to do that, Greg Young and I met with the Bureau in Sacramento last week. We do have to change the existing contract and expand the place of use so that it could be countywide and not just Hidden Lake Estates. And we also need to change the type of water from M&I to M&I plus ag in order to take advantage of that contract. But it does provide a new source of supply that we're currently not taking advantage of. We also, with sufficient funds, have the ability to purchase water from others. And we have the ability to pursue temporary urgency permits and water rights on the bypass, which would bring new water in. I just wanted to mention in this slide, we also met with the Department of Water Resources to see if they could do a pilot project for our dairies, which are an area of extremely high need. They have high water use and under SGMA may be driven out of the state. So this is an area we'd like to focus on. So in terms of projects, there are pros and cons for each. Obviously, the big pro is we bring in additional water that supplements the native groundwater, and we can offset some of the demand reduction. But there are some significant cons. We don't have the infrastructure set up. We would need to go through a 218 proceeding to do that. Our supplies aren't that regular. They're not every year. They're something like 33% of the time we get extra flood flows that we could use. And the benefits may be constrained to certain areas geographically, right? We're all not near a source of supply. So then we talk about demand reduction, and to be specific, we are really just talking about ag here in Madera County. 95 to 98% of all water is used for ag. So that's where the demand reduction has to be focused. So the relevant regulatory section, we do need to quantify how much demand reduction we need, and we're doing that in the GSP. And just note that the code is asking for quantification. All of the specifics can be worked out, and we are currently working them out, but the GSP isn't going to be, it's not, the final chapter in a book. It's more like the preface. So we wanted to show a couple of slides to show demand reduction. These will be coming out, I think, in chapter 4. The Madera slide is on the left and Chowchilla on the right. But what you can see there is that there's a percent of water use, which is decreasing, and that's what's kind of a step function in math. It starts at one slope and then it gets steeper. So the first percent, based on feedback from our advisory committee, is 2 to 3% demand reduction per year, and then that does ramp up to get you where you need to go to something that's closer to 3 to 5%. So it's a slow crawl at first, and then it's much steeper. Keep in mind that demand reduction is one of these knobs you can turn in demand management. So if, for example, more water was available south of the Delta, you could do less demand management. So we have the ability to turn that back and forth. So we have 3 strategies for demand reduction. The key here is that we don't have to choose one, and I would go further. We should not choose a strategy here in the preface of a book. We need to have everything on the table. So the first one is allocations at some sort of parcel level. We discussed that with the advisory committee twice. The second strategy is water markets, and we did some water market meetings last year. And then the third one is easements of some sort. And this is really being fleshed out. We're actually applying for a strategic agriculture land conservation grant for this, but there are different ways to do an easement. You could do something where you let the land rest for a year and let people make decisions about what to do. You could rest the land for 3 to 5 or 5 to 10 years, or the in perpetuity one. So in terms of allocations, there's pros and cons. The cons are that this becomes administratively challenging. We would probably need a consultant to manage it. But we do manage on what we know now. We have a percent allocation that would translate into how much water everybody would get. The complexity, and this is where the advisory committee was weighing in, is this whether or not you allocate based on crop type or based on previous water use, or is it the same allocation for irrigated and non-irrigated? And that's quite a rabbit hole which we've been down. The pros and cons for water markets are different. So, and I'll just add that there is a water market roundtable tonight in Visalia from 5 to 8 that Leadership Council and Self-Help are putting on. So typically water markets are very cost effective and let the grower make choices about what and where to grow and when. It is less governmental control, whereas the allocation is more governmental control. But the cons are that you do have to be really specific in terms of how you establish the rules, and that would need a ton of stakeholder feedback, including the voices from the disadvantaged community, to make sure that we are not hurting water and allowing water quality issues. In terms of easements, this is where we're currently exploring as a group with the advisory committee. So as I said, they could be different lengths of years. They almost guarantee a demand reduction. And we will see some economic impacts. So that's not the good part of this. Once we start taking land out of production, there are significant economic impacts. If the rentals are only temporary, it's not guaranteeing savings that build over time either. So there's other ideas that have been thrown out. Greg Young is our technical consultant, and he found a contest where you were trying to get the highest yield with the least water consumption in Nebraska. So, you know, contests are kind of fun. Yeah. We do need to explore other lower water use crops. I know we're probably all disappointed that industrial hemp doesn't have water use that's as low as we would like it to be. Also has the potential probably for double cropping. And then there's the potential for other land use restrictions, or the word, well, moratorium, which is up there. It is a tool. It doesn't mean it's the tool we have to use. So things that we're talking through with the advisory committee, we're talking about what type of regulatory burden there is for the grower as well as the county, the economics for individuals as well as the county, and the GSA itself. And what we would really like to do is build something that's flexible and adaptable over time so that we can meet our targets. So I'll talk briefly about our rate strategy, and then Mike Linden is going to contribute on some recent rate cases. So we have a 3-part strategy. The first thing is we are moving ahead, and you'll see a report at the 3rd board meeting this month for the Flood Control and Water Conservation District 218. And we're going to come to you with 3 different choices in terms of the levels of service. Flood control is absolutely the baseline for everything that has to do with SGMA, and it's an existing infrastructure that can be repaired much cheaper than building new infrastructure. The second part of our rate strategy is to pursue a fee, and we have a consultant working on this as well. This would allow us to do the planning work that we need in terms of identifying good areas for recharge. And then the third would be a 218 proceeding, and that would be project-based. Could be for large-scale infrastructure, it could be a fund for retiring land, but those are projects, and that needs a separate process. Okay, I'm going to let Mike Linden take over for 2 cases.
And good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Mike Linden, Deputy County Counsel. What we wanted to do here today, and this is something we've also brought to the attention of our advisory committee, is discuss 2 cases that are going to affect how we look at making rates going forward, especially after the GSP has been adopted, because in Sigma there's a difference between rates that are enacted before as compared to enacted afterwards. And one thing that's been kind of discussed in the community is the idea of tiered rates. I think we want to make sure that we're understanding what would need to be done in that situation. And so the main case right now is one that was put out in 2015, Capistrano Taxpayers Association versus City of San Juan Capistrano. It's a bit different situation that we have here in the sense that you have a municipal purveyor, which is the city, and we as a GSA are different in the sense that we're not providing the direct type of service to parcels as a city municipal purveyor would do. And so the points of law to be taken here, one is that the general point of law that doesn't just come from this case, it comes from many other cases, and also the statutory and constitutional authorities, that water rates must reflect the cost of service attributable to a given parcel. And here you had I think a 4-level tiered rate system. Basically the more water is used, once you cross a certain threshold, then the rate becomes higher, and it went up to four different levels. But what the Court of Appeal found is that, or held, is that the tiers, they have to correspond to the actual cost of providing service at a different, or at the given level of use or usage, as the court said. And so it's not just, we want to have these rates because we want to affect behavior. So, you don't want to use that much water, otherwise it costs way too much. That may be a laudable goal, to use less water, and that's what the city argued. But it's like, okay, it may be, but you still have to show that it costs you more to provide the service when people are using more water. Whether there were ways to do that or not, it was not in the record. One thing that was noted is that the city actually had 4 different sources of water. I mean, a lot of the cities in Southern California, you can have different sources depending on where you are. Metropolitan Water District or other ones that you're basically getting water from different sources, including even perhaps groundwater. But that was never developed in the record. And so if we're going to talk about using tiered rates, you have to be able to show that, well, if somebody is using this much water, or in the case of our GSA, pumping this much water, what does it cost us to provide our service? And once we're a GSA, our service is different than a municipal purveyor. Our service is managing the aquifer, or the sub-basin generally, or at least our portion that we have. And so it's a whole different calculation there. So once again, it cannot be for the purpose of influencing behavior. You can have tiers, and cities are dealing with this. It just makes it much more difficult. So
the only nexus for us on a tier would be that if they go over a certain amount, which is more than what the reduction is, enforcement, that would be the only way to prove it. But a study like that would cost quite a bit, and it would take quite a bit of time, wouldn't it, to be able to prove that?
It's very important to have a very good rate making study, especially given who we are as a GSA. We're going to have to be able to tie it to what we do for the sub-basin as a whole, as a GSA, which is a little bit different than considering what a municipal provider of water does for service.
To do a study like that, we don't even have any of the data based on what all water use is out of every single well anyway, so there's no way to really find that nexus.
Bethany may be able to speak more on that, but go ahead.
I would just add that, so for us to do a rate study for tiered rates, we would need to do the GSA fee
and have all of our feasibility analysis about large-scale infrastructure and how much it costs, and water rights and how much it costs, and then we would have to have the rate consultant tie each of those to a tier. And that's tough. Could they do it? I bet someone could, but we don't have the planning studies in place right now to do that.
Right.
Thank you.
Move on to the second case that gets talked about, quite a bit, and rightfully so. It's a significant case, but there are things that it stands for that are perhaps helpful to guiding us as a GSA, but there are also some uncertainties in the case as well. And so, City of San Buenaventura and the United Water Conservation District, I mean, I want to go into the whole history, but they have a kind of a long history of litigation there. One obviously is a city which serves the citizens there, and the other one is a statutory creation, a water conservation district. In fact, we explained before, we actually went down and visited them last year, and they were certainly helpful to us. But their statutory mission is similar to a GSA in the sense that they are there to conserve water, to conserve groundwater. It's similar to what we do, and they had statutorily based pumping charges, which were for a city at a level, because a city is a non-ag user, it was 3-to-1. But that was not something that the district just decided. The district board didn't up and decide that. What happened is that it was provided by statute, and so you had uniform rates, but you had to times it by 3 for a non-ag user. And so, a lawsuit was generated over that particular aspect. And the first thing they tried to say was, hey, this is subject to Prop 218. It's a property-related charge. And the court ultimately held no. In fact, it agreed with the Court of Appeal on that one, saying that these are not technically property-related charges. They're not technically service to an individual parcel. Instead, it's service. It's not really a service because the Water Conservation District takes care of the groundwater as a whole. You're not just serving different parcels. And so, however, what happened in this case was that the court remanded it back to the Court of Appeal on the other issue, because if it's not property related, what about Prop 26? Okay, because everything is a tax in the Prop 26 except certain things. One thing here that was interesting is that for the Prop 26 aspect of it, the city conceded that these pumping charges by the Water Conservation District were either a benefit conferred or a privilege granted. That's one exception, or specific government service or product, which is another exception. Whether the court's analysis was a little skimpy on that because the city went ahead and conceded it, but there was another issue that got raised about it, which went back to the Court of Appeal, had to do with was it a reasonable relationship on the city's burdens or benefits received from the district activity. So anyway, it ended up coming back down. What we wanted to get across with this case is they were not dealing with tiered rates. They were dealing with statutory rates. And so the case does suggest that pumping charges for a groundwater management to fund projects would be exempt from Prop 218. There is that suggestion. However, there's two things of note here. One is that the water code itself from SGMA requires Prop 218 compliance once you have pumping fees that are after the GSP has been adopted. Even though this case suggests that, well, they're not property related. How do you reconcile that? The problem is you would need to follow the statute unless perhaps there's some statutory relief on that. And two, like I said, the rates at issue here were not tiered rates. So we would still have to, as Stephanie pointed out, go back, have a very good rate study on this, and then as SGMA requires, follow Prop 218.
So this concludes our presentation. We'd be glad to take your questions.
President Poitras?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. First of all, I'd just like to make a comment. You mentioned dairies are being driven out of the state, because, or could be driven out of the state because water. Well, they're being driven out of the state for a lot of other reasons too, unfortunately. But anyway, that's my editorial. Okay, how are we proposing as far as, or what are some of the thoughts in terms of monitoring use? You know, because we've talked about this 2% a year starting out and so forth, and I've been curious since day one how we would monitor something like that.
So there are 5 to 10 products or services that exist that use existing satellite data and can estimate water use. And actually at Christina's forum next week, she has many of those vendors going. So we're trying to do kind of a twofer where we get the information that she wants out there and the information we need. So really what we want is how exact is that, right? We need to know that. And then how much is that going to cost? And so one figure that's come out is about $2 an acre to monitor. The county GSAs are in total about 225,000 acres. So like $500,000 a year to do some monitoring. It's not out of the question. And it would be it would be part of the GSA fee. So there's technology out there that does that.
Okay, and the GSA fee would be paid by folks in the GSA or property owners in the GSA based on their acreage?
Yes.
Okay.
Most likely.
Very good. And then as far as, I think you answered the question in terms of, you know, some of these projects we've talked about, it would be the 218. Is that what
That's
you're
right.
talking
Anything
about?
that's a project is a 218.
Okay, and is there any other thought in terms of ways to raise revenues for projects?
Sure. I mean, we're pretty aggressive about applying for grants, right? And there's a couple of different propositions. There's supposed to be more Prop 1 money for GSP implementation of projects. So I think the grants have some potential, but we do also need folks to pay, especially for those administration costs that are going to be pretty stable for paying for planning studies.
Okay. Then my last question would be in terms of water markets, where's a place, and maybe that's not here in the state of California, but potentially in the western states, someplace that there have been successful water markets set up?
I don't know that there are successful groundwater markets set up. And so that was why we went ahead with the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Water Strategy Grant, because I think you need a fair amount of planning time to establish what rules there are. And then you kind of need to do a little pilot and see what feedback you get.
That's what I was afraid of.
LA.
Yeah.
Well, so we did go to the Fox Canyon water market a year ago. And so that's part of the county of Ventura. But that has been, I don't know if plagued by litigation's the right word, but, you know, held up, right? So they put all their ducks in a row and then they got somewhere where they can't do anything right now. So I would hope that we could be more successful, but I don't want to take that tool off the table because it is a tool for managing water and we do have a grant to explore that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
On the Prop 218, what kind is this a protest vote? So 50% plus one that it would take to defeat it, not to pass it. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
And is it per
Either way.
Is it per acre or is it per per owner of parcel?
Interesting.
For the parcel.
Very good point.
So that hasn't been decided. That would be one of the things we would explore with the rate consultant.
And then I've still got so then when it's if it's passed or not protested, so is it collected on the tax roll at the end of the year, or is there going to be a new billing system that comes out?
I would prefer to collect it on the tax roll.
Me too. That would keep the cost down for everybody.
Yeah.
Too. Spending money on stamps probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense when we need more water. And then is it also going to include homeowners? Sure, viewed as de minimis users
in that district.
In that district, in the GSA.
So for the GSA fee, it could potentially include residents. What Salinas did is it's a much higher fee for ag users as opposed to residents. So we'll kind of explore a couple structures. We're in the data gathering phase now.
You would have to prove that it costs more for ag to take that water out, right? Than
yes,
de minimis
that's right.
user. Okay. And then, yeah, so that, I mean, that touches on like some of the disadvantaged communities too. And in the meantime, if there's, as we're waiting for water reduction, you know, are we making sure that they're still able to get clean drinking water?
Right. So that touches on the issues of well mitigation and how we're going to address that. And Mike and I are having ongoing discussions about that. Ideally, what we would like is all of the GSAs to contribute to a fund that could either deepen people's wells, drill new wells, or help connect them to a system. But we need to make sure that that's not a gift of public funds.
Yeah. And there is some legislation that's coming out, correct, to create a fund for that.
That's right. From the new governor's budget, there's some repurposing of cap and trade funds. So I think there is the potential for the state to fund this, which would be very helpful. We might just have to fund some sort of temporary measures, right? Because there's this, you know, your well goes dry, all of a sudden you have no water. You need to get bottled water in the house immediately. And then there's the drilling of the new well, which is a process and takes longer. So we'd have to kind of figure out where we could be most helpful and what's legal.
And then on the reductions too for homeowners, is it going to have to go down by 2% per year?
No, so that when we were talking about demand reduction, that was only for ag because ag uses 95 to 97 or 8% of the water.
Of the usable water, because 50% of it is for environmental purposes as it goes down the river. So of the usable water.
Of the available water, yes.
But they're not using 95% of the water that's actually there. It's about 45 to 50% of that.
Well, so
95% of our usable water
within Madera County.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think I've advocated for all of my constituents. Because I have every single one of them all in.
Yeah, I just, on that vote, when we done the BID, the Business Improvement District, all the hotels got the vote. They were trying to figure out how to be fair. Hotel like North Forest got 6 rooms. Best Western had 300, whatever it was, 250 rooms. So they actually tiered it some way. They got to vote with, I don't know if they did it by 10, 20, whatever. They got more percentage of the vote. Best Western had the best of the whole county. They got the biggest vote, and that's when we most getting a vote for it. He finally agreed to do it. That's put us over that mark that we had to get it. Because he could almost outvote them, whole county, and it passed. I mean, like 70%, if I remember. We passed that. I think that they'd have to almost do that because you got a 2,000-acre ranch. Got a guy that's got 40 acres next door to it, and they both have the same vote, and all these 40-acre guys vote yes, and they don't get no say. They only one vote for 2,000 acres or 10,000, whatever it might be. I mean, got to figure out some way to make that.
I have a lot of parcel adjustments. Right? Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, when you spoke of 95% to 98% of the water being used by ag, is that concerning groundwater?
Yes.
So that's groundwater and surface water?
Both.
Both.
Okay.
If we take the total of the water
Usable water.
available within Madera County, 95 to 98% is used for ag.
Okay. And so when we go after projects, the vote will be in a zone of benefit.
So for the 218 for projects, it probably will. And I could imagine having different zones depending on where you are in the county and how much of that water is accessible.
I would have to say that would be a must,
Yeah.
because what you're going to have is people who aren't going to benefit at all from that will vote against the project because they're not going to benefit from it. Why would I want to pay for something I'm not going to benefit from at all? And so when you consider cities now, in that equation, we have 2 cities.
You get one.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, so I've put off.
That's where the votes are. If you're gonna do these zones of benefit, and there's more people in those populations, controlled.
It's not going to be an easy rate analysis. This is a fairly complicated thing to figure this out. But we are, I mean, this is at least a year off, so we have some time to figure that out. And we want to work with a good consultant. That's what
And
they
I have
do.
another thought too that just kind of pops into my head when I'm thinking about this is that when you're talking about land irrigated for crops and, people taking water out for that purpose to grow a crop and make an income, their purpose is completely different from a person who's living on a piece of land. I mean, and there's a lot of people who farm and live on the land too. So there's a difference sometimes. There's some who own big swaths of land and don't live on it, and they farm it, and so they have a completely different purpose than, say, somebody who lives on the land and they don't farm it at all. They're not doing any commercial operation there, but they live there, and so there's a big difference. And you said that some GSAs are looking at charging less for that type of a circumstance for
If you're not using
water
water-
extraction.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, it depends what rate structure we set up.
Okay. So that's all to be determined then.
Yes.
But that's all being taken in consideration.
I think it's being discussed. I mean, our big picture is let's get that GSP turned in because
Yeah.
that keeps the State Water Resources Control Board out of Madera County.
Right, absolutely.
All right. So is there any public comment regarding this item? The public comment is now closed. Just kidding.
Took you too long to get there.
Good afternoon, Igal Trebach. Couple of comments. I think, first of all, the work that's being done over here by Stephanie and staff is amazing. It's a very difficult situation for all of us. I think there's just a couple of things that we need to be aware of, and that is, if you recall what happened in Southern California, when charges were made based on how much water was being used, when there was savings of 10, 15, 20% of the water, the same amount of work was being done, and there was actually an increase in fees. So somewhere along the way, when the structures are going to be put together, that needs to be remembered. Another thing has to do with business, commerce of water, and the rights of people that own land. I'm a proponent of everybody that owns land has a portion of the water rights to. When you looked at the high-speed rail, people were claiming the taking of land. Well, I don't want to see the taking of water. I think we need to put together a good, substantial amount of money to invest in our future and in the water. I think that commerce is going to be very important to be a part of it. And I'm not just talking about selling water. Everybody that's within the same basin should have the ability to exchange. So some of the farmers own land that is not being farmed, but they do have the water rights. And to be able to manage anybody's, and I'll give you a comparison. I'll bet you that each and every one of you has a savings account. And that savings...
I'm broke. I need a loan.
Well, I feel sorry for you. But the savings account allows you to manage your finances. So if a farmer, and I'm a farmer, has a business, as part of my savings account, I own land that I'm not necessarily farming, but I'm using it in order to be able to have some kind of ability to function. So if I farm, let's say 5,000 acres, and I'm just pulling, and I own 1,000 acres of those that I'm not farming, That will give me in the future the ability to use some of the water in the land that I'm not farming, and allow me to allocate some of that water to the land that I'm farming. It will give me an opportunity to make the adjustment easier, because we're all going to have to adjust and we're all going to have to suffer. But as a businessman, I would suggest to find tools to put in the box that will allow us to make the adjustments easier. And commerce, I believe, is going to be very important, whether somebody pays to somebody else that owns land that is not being farmed and allowed to use that 1/2 acre foot as we're moving forward. I think those should be very much a part of any kind of a plan. I hope it will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Rico.
Well, again, good afternoon. Madeline Harris from Leadership Council again. This will be pretty brief, but I did want to make a public comment to follow up on a letter that we sent to GSAs in the Madera Subbasin on Friday. So I hope that that is a letter that you all will have a chance to read. And a lot of that letter focused on establishing sustainable management criteria that do take into consideration some of the points that you brought up around drinking water access, especially in disadvantaged communities. And so the only thing that I would add for now, I suppose, would be to reiterate the minimum thresholds that communities that we work with in the Madera Subbasin have been asking for would be regarding groundwater levels, to establish a minimum threshold that's above the screen of what the shallowest well in use in a certain geographic area would be, so that we can prioritize prevention over a need for mitigation after the fact. And we do understand that the GSAs are working on getting the draft GSP together, and doing some of that analysis around the funding that will be needed for, projects and management actions. So, in the meantime, if the timeline that we're currently on would put drinking water access at risk, then urging you all to look at demand reduction in the meantime, where the most, groundwater is being used. And other than that, I just wanted to say thank you again to you all for your leadership. I know that this is not an easy task, and we appreciate you keeping the most vulnerable beneficial users in mind as you make these decisions.
Have you been going to the meetings?
I have. I was at the last
That's
advisory
the most important
committee
thing you can
meeting.
do.
Okay.
Okay.
I will keep showing up.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was going to just comment briefly on something you said there. I believe in some of our negative outcomes, something that we're looking at that would not be not a desired outcome would be going to the point where arsenic levels and things like that are higher. And that's something we have definitely, and I think that's something we have to keep.
Definitely, yes. And the minimum threshold that folks that we work with had, talked with us about as being something that we'd like to recommend for groundwater quality would be to, take into account not only just arsenic and nitrates, but also all potential contaminants that could result from groundwater management activities. And then
You take it all in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also
Get the chemicals.
Right. And also to establish the minimum threshold at such a point that it's either the maximum contaminant level for that particular contaminant or whatever the best groundwater quality was since 2015 when Sigma was put into place, whichever of the two reflects better groundwater quality. So that was another thing that we mentioned in our letter. But yes, thank you for bringing up the groundwater quality concerns.
That's so important to me too. I have grandchildren. When they drink out of the faucet, I want them to feel safe. And
definitely.
I have problems with their health.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Ralph Pistoresi. I've been a resident of this county my entire life. And I farm extensively in this and other counties. I farm in the Madera Irrigation District area, and I also farm in the White area. I think I'm pretty qualified to talk about water usage. It's everything I've ever done in my life. All right. This thing with Sigma is very important that we really pay attention with what's going on. The state has mandated to us to now watch our declining groundwater levels. The state of California has never been interested in anything to do with our water, especially when they're usually trying to take away our surface water. So all of a sudden now they're becoming very concerned with our dropping groundwater. I'm a little concerned for the real reasoning behind all this.
Leery.
Very leery, okay? All right, I'm a little bit of a suspicious person when it comes to stuff like this. And I've noticed being involved in this process that there's been sort of a movement in our thinking. I was sitting right here, and there's a movement because what they're doing is they're setting the parameters of our thought. They're saying, you know, there's 6 inches of groundwater that naturally falls on the county, and so you're entitled to 6 inches of groundwater. Well, for 50, 60, 100 years, you buy a piece of ground, you have property rights. All of you have property, and you buy the ground for the ability to use the water under the ground to grow something above the ground. All right? All of a sudden, it seems like we're vaporizing all property rights in this state. All right? So when I sit here, I have to consider our property rights. And what I think needs to be done, since the state has mandated the Department of Water Resources is going to come down like a bunch of Gestapos on us if we don't come up with some solution. So it behooves us to come up with a solution that makes sense. All right. So let's examine the problem. What is the parameter of what we're being expected to do? What they're saying is we want you to solve the problem of groundwater dropping. Well, to do that, we have to bring more water in or we have to use less water. Well, we can't be sure of how much water is going to come in. We can do our best, and that's part of the solution to the problem. All right? So then we have to look at how are we going to reduce groundwater? All right? Let's use the numbers. There's 178,000 acres of white area in the county. 178,000. 178,000 acres of white area. In Madera Subbasin, okay.
That's the entire
all right, in the subbasin, all right. The part that we're concerned about, right? All right. 85,000 is irrigated agriculture. There's between 60% maybe is permanent crops, 40% is row crops. All right. Now, the number 178,000 really is meaningless. The problem that we have to consider and focus on is the irrigated people that are pulling the water out of the ground, right? That's the ones that are causing the problem. So they should be the ones that pay for the solution to the problem. That makes sense, right? Okay. So how are we going to do this? There are 60% is permanent crops. There's a huge investment in permanent crops. The rest are probably field crops of some sort. Not to say that that isn't a huge investment too, because they fuel dairies and other operations, but it's not a permanent crop. It behooves the person with the permanent crop to put up money to help solve the problem so he could keep farming. Stephanie's working on a proposal we've come up with, where the people that are irrigating all agriculture, $50 an acre, $4,250,000 of money coming in the year to idle land on the people that do not have permanent crops. If you do the math, and she's going to do this math later, for $250,000 in the first year, you take 2,500 acres out of production. That's at $100 an acre. At $200 an acre, it's $500,000. Still leaves you $4 million or slightly under the first year in a reserve. You do it the second year again. the number is a little bit less, but it's still over $4 million. And you do this process and keep taking out 2,500 acres a year, every year out of production, and you still have a reserve of money to continue doing it. Now, Stephanie's going to put it on a spreadsheet and see with different scenarios how that works. But I would suggest strongly that we look at this possibility instead of doing a water market. Because what the state wants to do is to create a tangible, marketable asset under everybody's property that can be purchased by developers, speculators, and everything else. And the farmer is not going to be the guy that's going to bid at that auction. He's not going to be the bidder, but he's going to be outbid every time. So there's a big push to push urban development in this area. And for urban development to happen, they need a 100-year water supply. To get the 100-year water supply, they can't get it from surface water anymore. There isn't anymore. So they have to create some type of legitimate water source. And it's underneath everybody's ground. So there's going to be a lot of things coming up pretty soon. But I just wanted to kind of give you an idea. The water market thing, I don't think is the right way to go. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Is there any other comment? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment. This was informational. Any direction or anything?
Good job. That's all.
All right. And with that, we'll break for lunch.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by your idea. I'm still mulling it. And it's something that I had thought of back in 2013, I think, when we originally threw out some ideas. If you could come to the mic, I don't mean to take very long in this.
No.
But it's what you're suggesting is more or less a mitigation type fund that would buy land out of production.
No, just renting it. You're
Do what now?
paying them to idle it. You're paying them.
Right.
Yeah.
But they would have to do that on a yearly basis or
Yearly
a permanent
basis.
basis?
No,
Just yearly.
Yearly. You, like, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's say you had land and it was open ground. Maybe you're 85 years old. Maybe it's hard to get financing, but you've been farming this thing. It's kind of a
You just don't want to do it.
Wow. So they say, okay, for $100 an acre, $150 or $200 an acre, don't farm it. Don't irrigate it.
If it's already been irrigated.
It's got to have been irrigated.
Yeah,
You have to have been farming it. Can't be like ground that's been like 20 years, nothing happening.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
But
this is exactly what I had thought of in 2013, and I put it on there was a list of 15 things, I think, and you probably have that list. But anyway, yeah.
It makes sense.
It does make sense.
It makes sense. The people that have made investments, they're going to pay more to let the other guy. This is the same thing that we did in the raisin rid program years ago.
Yeah.
When there was so many raisins, they were feeding them to the pigs. And we're growing raisins and getting $100 for them. This idea we came up with, we said, hey, let's use the problem to solve the problem.
Yeah.
So we got all these extra raisins. We said, we'll tell the farmer, we'll give you a piece of paper. This paper is worth 100 tons of raisins. They're the extra raisins. Instead of feeding them to the pigs, cut your vineyard back, forego the crop. With this paper, you bring it to the packer, you already have your raisins made. If this is the same idea, but instead of raisins, the people with the permanent crops are creating a pool of money to do it with.
I agree.
And it'll work.
Yeah, it's a
Any
good
other
idea.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Thanks.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right. So we'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:45 or 2.
Let's make it
two for
1:45.
2.
I got to be at my dentist at 3, and so I got to leave. One there. Ag bond. Not a lot, but Darcy.
Max is not coming back. Nothing else needs 4 votes, right? We're gonna. All right. Are we on? Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we keep the camera just like this the whole time?
Oh yeah, you're live now, by the way.
And you're right
Oh.
there in the middle of it.
There's something wrong with your
Absolutely.
camera. There's like a piece of dust on the top of my head. And it's
That was getting bigger.
is that CGI?
Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Don't mess with my cowlick, buddy.
All
Look at
right.
that thing. Yeah.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Are we live?
Yes, we are.
All right. So we
7G.
will re-adjourn. We're going to start with 7G.
Thank you.
Discussion and direction to enact the following options listed in Resolution 2019-045 within Maintenance District 40A Sunset Ridge. If the rate increase was to mitigate an compliance order, the board has the authority to raise the rate in order to correct the deficiency listed in the compliance order. If there is no compliance order, then services expenses need to be reduced to equate the annual revenue, but still within state regulations. The system can be sold to a private water company, or the MD or CSA can be replaced with a self-governing entity and be independently operated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ahmad Al-Qiyad, Public Works Director. With me is Ms. Andrea Saldate, our Deputy Director of Public Works for Administrative Division. This afternoon, we bring before you a needed discussion on MD 40A Sunset Ridge and are seeking direction to enact options listed in Resolution 2019-045. Which is set in motion if and when a majority protest to a proposed rate has occurred. MD40A Sunset Ridge is a small subdivision slightly south of Coarse Gold, made of 27 active lots that we provide water service to. They currently pay $38.33 per month for water. The rate was last set in 1995, about 24 years ago. Their annual revenue is roughly $14,000, but expenses are anywhere between $38,000 to $40,000 per year. The district has had to take cash flow loans out for the last 4 years and has previous general fund debt. Total debt owed by the district now totals $105,535.24. We held a Proposition 218 hearing to increase the rate on October 23, 2018, but a majority protested the rate and it did not go in effect. The community has been aware of the need for a rate increase going as far back as 2009, when previous staff held community meetings and a Prop 218 hearing. The proposed rate is substantial for the district, but they have no benefit from economies of scale. There's only 27 connections. The proposed rate begins at $137.99 per month and goes to $170.76 over 5 years. This rate only includes the repayment of the previous debt of last year of $76,535.24 because a new debt was issued 2 weeks ago on June 11th. With that, we would like to discuss the options set forth in the resolution and seek your guidance as to how you would like us to move forward with MD40A. We're here for your questions.
Tom?
You're working, huh? Okay. So you're just wanting direction, so there hasn't been another 218 vote.
The last vote, Supervisor, was the October 23rd
Right.
of last year.
So you
Yes,
haven't
sir.
had one since, and have you met with them again?
We have been in communication as per your directions back in last October. We communicated, we answered almost every question that came
Almost
our
or every
way.
question?
Every question that
Oh,
is
that's better.
answerable, we answered. We simply told them information that we don't have, we cannot provide.
Right.
So, but
And,
we provided everything in our capacity to.
Did they know the hearing was today? Having this?
This isn't technically a hearing, so we did not have to make the public aware. Putting it on the agenda is
okay.
essentially
We should've got a
noticing the
hold of
public.
them. So you said that $76,530 something $24, and I've got this here, and it's $76,353, not 500. If you just back those two numbers up. What I did last night, talked to Andrea earlier, and I got some of this stuff to study and all the stuff that's on it, and you said now their total debt is 105,000. Is that because of what we voted 2 weeks ago?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's almost, I wish Max could have been here so he could have heard that same thing. Like MD 95, 107,000, whatever it is. It's just, they're really getting in debt, these districts. I think, right now, to do that 218 vote, just to pay it off, would make it that 170.76 fifth year, would that pay it all in that 5 years?
Excuse me. The debt repayment is actually a half of a year's payment in the first year and the other half year payment in year 6. So it's actually a 6-year payment, the first year being half, and then year 6 is half. So
Okay.
it's actually over a 5.5-year span of time.
Yeah. If we did 10-year, that would lower it, start the first year at 3241.
Yes, with the additional debt that we just issued about 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
if we were to do a 10-year repayment, it would be roughly $32.50, $32.40.
Per month,
Yes, just for the debt repayment portion.
nothing else.
Just for that debt repayment portion would be, the roughly $32.50.
Have we talked to them about that?
We had a community meeting, I believe, in February, and the idea was brought up, and the community did ask us to look into that option at that point. So it has been mentioned to them, but because our direction from you as the board has been a 3 to 5 year debt repayment term,
Right.
we said that we would look into it, but that was our direction, was the 3 to 5 years.
They do it at 10 years repayment?
They seemed more agreeable to 10 years. They are a very small community, and because the rate is such a substantial increase from what they're used to, it would reduce a little bit of the sticker shock for them.
Well, they've been getting free water for 24 years too. That's the only bad part about it. So if we say, the other board members agreed, if we did a 10-year payback and put a actual cost that they have to have by the budget here per year, with a COLA also in there that happens every year, what would that number be about approximately?
So we'd have to look at the numbers again, but we can definitely get you something. Their beginning rate, as the rate study stands, is $137.99. So if we were to reduce It's about $47. I could do some math real quick and get you a real number if you
No,
give me
just
a
a
minute.
rough number.
It's probably going to be around 120 some odd dollars because right now their debt repayment portion is about $47.
Okay.
We would be reducing it down to $32.
Yeah.
So you're going to be taking out roughly, $14 maybe.
If you guys look
$14,
at
$15.
the backup from the,
Wait, so the rate study has it at only 76,000, not the 105. That's why it's only $15, not split in half, right?
Yes, and so the rate study takes the $76,000 over that 5.5 year span. You've now got $105,000 looking at possibly a 10-year span. So
Right.
it's just a little bit different to figure. You are adding debt and you're also extending the term.
yeah, we got to look at that really serious. We got to do that, the cost, CPI, and if you look at this here on this page, which I knew about it anyway before because we've had these meetings, all their piping for that whole subdivision is 2-inch PVC. 2-inch. How our county approved that, I have no idea. Really piss poor. So they're going to have to replace that one of these days. And so we need to have, not only that, we need to have in there a replacement plan in there too of some amount of money, whether it's very much or not. You got to know that their water systems really suck.
Well, at the end of that, they continue probably with the same $45 debt repayment into 5 years. I could come back. They'd be used to paying that amount. I could go into capital.
Keep that just
project.
going for that.
I mean, at least at the minimum, after the 5.5 years, because of the additional debt, we can just continue the same payment or until it's paid in full, or come to your board with a new rate.
So as the rate stands right now, if we were to extend the term out to 10 years, roughly the monthly rate would be $123.25. That's just doing some quick math.
Okay, and that would just
To
pay
start, yes.
what they're paying now, the 3833, plus their debt and any increase at all in their regular.
Yes, so the services, the revenue needed to offset the expenses, that
Yeah.
portion is going up as well. The way
Okay.
that we built this one, we didn't build the debt as a debt surcharge. We built it all into the rate as a whole.
Okay.
So their total, their 3833 definitely has to go up because with the 3833, we're only collecting roughly $13,000 to $14,000. Expenses for O&M are roughly $40,000. So there is a large portion of that rate that needs to cover just
Okay.
O&M
I
plus
just want
the
to make
debt
sure we're
repayment.
covered that. We've got to have. Okay, my suggestion, since it's in my district, is that we do that, do a 10-year plan on the payback, do that increase and do a 218 vote as soon as we can. All these little options right here, and this is what you get, folks. Don't get it. We can't keep babysitting these, especially these 9 that we got marked all here. I don't know what you guys think, but that would be my suggestion.
So, do you think they'll go for that? I mean, what was the sentiment of the crowd when that was brought up? Or they brought it up, or
Supervisor,
they,
it
they
was
agree with the debt, but they don't agree with having to pay it all back. They just don't want to pay the large amount monthly.
in our community meeting. It was brought up if we bring it up to 10 years, like Supervisor Wheeler said, that it would be preferable. But experience tells us, we will not know until we notice. But it's more likely a better option for the community.
So this debt wasn't part of the 218 that wasn't passed prior to that.
Yeah,
5 years ago. Or what's?
No, in 2019, they had not
Right.
issued any debt. Debt started to accrue in roughly 2011. They had been working
Right.
off of a cash balance for that period of time where they
We've
had an
many
excess of,
meetings with them.
they had an excess of cash, and that's how they were able to keep going flush until about 2011 when they started to exceed their cash balance. Yeah, everything flip-flopped.
So looking at the options that we have in our, 'cause I'm not wholly confident. I mean, I support going to see with that there, but these are still the options that we have in our.
Right now, you mean?
Yeah. Going forward with it, the best case is always to get a successful 218 pass to cover the expenses and everything in the back. But on a system this small, so one of the number 4 with 27 homeowners, that would be has to go through LAFCO, right, for them to become self-governing. I read a report from LAFCO looking at ranchos, whether or not it becomes a city, and I mean, it was still unclear whether or not even 1,000 ratepayers could create that CSD. I doubt that 27 is going to pass that
Threshold.
But so the options would be a private water company.
Probably they want to buy it because of the headaches already there if
Yeah.
that's small.
So really it would be just reducing the services.
Well, the trouble is we do, and then we get stuck in a year, we got to pay it again.
So
Is
so that's
it
what I'm
possible-
trying to point out, that these small districts are the issue, because they can't go to a CSD. AFCO's not going to approve. A private water company is not going to go for 27 homes with failing infrastructure, you know, a long way away from
Anything.
Who won't raise themselves a rate.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And so, you know, looking at this, like, there really isn't a whole lot of options for it. Is there any neighboring communities that could hook into them, or that they could hook into?
There's nothing close enough that is feasible for them to connect to. So
Closest is Quartz
consolidation.
Mountain, right?
Yeah, Quartz Mountain and Indian Lakes would be the
Indian Lakes,
closest,
right.
but it's across the highway, and the feasibility of having them actually pay for that connection is highly, highly unlikely.
Be higher than this is.
Yes, for sure.
It will come out of their district's money.
So there's not really redundancy, but are there scalability for us to start consolidating all of these, not having individual accounting, individual monitoring, individual attention to each one of these, but maybe making an entire metropolitan district with all of these districts, that the county is just one umbrella over all of them? Is there any scalability to that, or does that?
LAFCO done a course code study on that. That you were not maybe hearing up in course code, and they.
Well, yeah, but as long the county has the ability to
Join them ourselves.
join them, as long as it's not raising their rates above where they're at without an election to
I
do
wouldn't
so.
mind looking at that if there was
Right.
an idea.
I've heard of this concept. I thought Fresno County has such a structure, but we will look into it. But I'm sure if we have them all as one district run by one account, let's say, to see if we can avoid having zones of benefits for specific districts, which ultimately would make them pay differently. But maybe it's a benefit as far as a Prop 218 process. Maybe that's an advantage where you go all district-wise, which will be all maintenance districts. Something we could look into.
Okay. Yeah, because I just see it getting. We have more of these, and I mean, 27 ratepayers is actually big in some cases, which is just. It doesn't make sense why they were ever set up as maintenance districts to begin with, that are our responsibility, should have never happened. But sitting here with the issue, we can't really go down any of these pathways with them because of their location. So we've got to figure out some way that can we're all fix the problem. But I think going forward with that 218 at 10 years, I'm fine with. Not sure if it'll pass, but it could.
Well, you better open the public and we'll.
Any other questions regarding this from the board? If not, I'll open it to the public. Any members of the public? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment. On these, even though it's not a public hearing, we probably should have reached out to them just to let them know that so they can
Yeah, I
have
think
some
we
input
should've.
into the process.
Mr. Chairman, I think there were like four before lunch. Four people were here, and unfortunately they're not back. But we will reach out, have another committee meeting, and update them on your decision.
I'd really, really like you to do it very
Yes, as soon as
short period of time, and put in all these four options that's going to be presented the day we do the 218 vote. And I'll make a motion, we do the 10-year option, rough numbers, whatever you
Well,
said.
Yeah, we would have to bring that back.
Would we have to bring it back?
We'd have to bring that back to notice it and
Can we
set
do
the
it?
hearing date.
Can we do it next meeting,
And it's gonna,
9th?
yeah, I'm sure.
Or 6th?
Because there has to be a lot of notification with that.
No,
'cause
just so we can vote it to start the process. I just want to start the process.
Can we give direction to bring that back, do all the proper notification?
Right. So I think Chairman Wheeler is discussing the procedure that Public Works has put into place where they bring a resolution letting the public know that there's actually going to be a notice going out. So maybe
Right.
doing that part of it next week. Because
Yeah,
we could figure out the timeline, and then the resolution will be very specific about when the hearing will occur.
Okay. I know we can't have the hearing of that
Yeah.
until we do that, so.
Yeah, this week or the next.
I just like to do the motion to move that forward for next week, just so that we can put it on there and then start the process of setting the dates and everything else for the 218 vote. And then the numbers I would be comfortable with, if you guys are the board, that 10-year payoff, everything else, I want to increase in there, fees in there, and I want BPI in it.
And again, with a lot of these that are failing, they're failing because they're going from, no rate increase for 24 years to a rate increase that is commensurate with 24 years of rate increases
Right.
over the time, right?
Well, what I did-
3%, so you're ending up at 75 to 100% increase in first year, and that's where everyone's saying, wait, like, just because you didn't do it for 24 years doesn't mean that I should have to do it overnight. And we didn't get into this mess overnight. But we're trying to get out of it, right? And so if there's some way, maybe not 3% increases for the next 5 years, but start at a lower and then 10% the next year.
That's a good idea.
And 10% the next year. So you get up to where it's supposed to be after 5 years, but we don't jump all that way in the first year. So I know that's not been because the Bartle Wells goes out and they just have to do engineers estimate and say, well, this is what the costs are. And so this is what you have to meet, and that's what it has to be. But if there's some way to gradually bring it up, we may start to see more of these pass, and I think that might help. And
What I did yesterday,
CEO?
last night, I started at 38.33 what they pay now, and I just did a 2.5% per year. I did all 24 years. They would have been paying $70.90 a month right now. If they would have done that, we probably wouldn't be sitting here talking.
yeah, which is why we're trying to do that going
Right.
forward, just constantly
Yeah.
having them
So
updated and take the politics
But
out of it.
I
CAO?
think I made that motion. If you guys,
Yeah,
somebody
Eric
second.
has something.
Just wanted to throw something out. Your board may want to think about is this could set a precedent. If we're saying that this district has 10 years to pay this back, that's going to be something that we're going to have to make available to any district, no matter how wealthy they are, no matter how much debt they've incurred. We're going to have to, likely going to have to offer them 10 years to repay it as well.
We've had some, hasn't there been 6 or I thought there was Superintendent was 7. Everyone was 7.
Talked about it here with them, actually.
We,
Never
we
have
have
done it.
talked about extended terms, and I think the longest that we have, I think, is actually like 6.5. And that's because we did do that phased increase in order for them to build up. And because Ripperton is even smaller than what we're talking about here, it made more sense to do that. The vast majority of our districts with debt have already approved rate increases, but we do have a handful that are very small in size, look relatively the same as MD40, that are still carrying debt, that are in the same situation. So
It did I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I just thinking out loud, you look at something like this and something of nothing is nothing. And that's the option we have with the other situation. So, I mean, if we can get it through a 10-year term, we're getting something and getting it paid back in 10 years. And I don't care who that's with. Something of nothing is still nothing.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but if it's assuming there's a successful 218 election,
Right.
which then also cuts off that liability that's continuing to be a
Exactly.
drain on the.
Exactly. And hopefully they'll see that,
Right.
that look, we're trying to help you get beyond the debt. We're trying to get you where you're stable. And that's the attempt here. And, we're not trying to be hard-nosed with anybody, but we cannot gift public funds. That's what we've been doing. And it's just,
It's,
it's
anyway, I got a
illegal.
motion, somebody seconded that.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I
thank
didn't
you.
hear the second.
Yeah, I said I second.
Thank you, I didn't.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've already went to public. Roll call.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 4-0, 1 absent.
Hate to run, but I got a doctor's appointment. So
Good. Take care of yourself.
hold the fort down and
Yep.
need my vote, call me.
Can't do that. 7B.
Discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution approving the application for grant funds for San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Public Benefit New Alternative Fuel Purchase Grant.
Tristan Shamp, County Administration, and we were looking into applying again to the public benefit grant from the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, and we recently received an award for a grant we submitted in 2018, and now we're submitting another one for 2019. In our proposed project, the Administration Department and Central Garage, we're proposing to purchase 5 2020 Ford Explorer hybrid pursuit vehicles for use by the Sheriff's Department. And we would use the Air District grant funding to help offset the cost. And we plan to submit the application, and it'll go to the Air District and just be funded when they have their 2020 allocations for the public benefit program. Our fiscal impact, again, the Air District through this grant program funds about $20,000 towards the cost of a single new alternative fuel vehicle with a limit of $100,000 per agency per year. And the remainder of the vehicle cost has to be covered by the applicant. The total cost for our project is to purchase those 5 Ford Explorers is $221,658.55. And the vehicles are individually priced at about $44,331.71. And so again, the Air District would cover up to $100,000 of that $221,658 total cost.
2.5 for free. That sounds perfect.
What's that?
2.5 cars for free. That's perfect.
And so then the county would need to leverage the remaining $121,658.55, which would, I think, most likely come from the Central Garage Replacement Fund.
All right. Any questions? Any public comment? I'll close the public comment.
I'll second.
You guys are going to get busy here pretty soon. Roll call.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 3-0, 2 absent.
7C.
Discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution approving the application for statewide park development and community revitalization program grant funds for the courthouse park project.
All right, so again, Tristan Champ from County Administration, and we've been steadily working on an application to the statewide park grant program offered through California State Parks. Since at least the turn of the year. And again, what the statewide park program does, is for a little bit of background, is it's funded through the Proposition 68 funds, and its purpose is to create new parks and new recreation opportunities in critically underserved communities across the state. All projects have to involve either development or a combination of acquisition and development to create a new park, expand an existing park, or renovate an existing park. And after a lot of discussion early on, our proposed project was, we decided to target Courthouse Park with this grant. So our project stems from a long history of planning studies and community efforts to enhance the Madera County Courthouse Park as part of that overall goal to revitalize the downtown Madera area as developed in the DOMA plan. And again, this project attempts to realize a lot of the improvements that were envisioned for that park in the DOMA plan. And the proposed project, based on a wide array of community input that we've received through surveys and public meetings that we've been doing for several months now, the proposed project is going to include a variety of new features for the park, including a new pedestrian promenade, new restrooms, shade structure, playground, picnic areas, amphitheater, new trees, landscaping, as well as improved lighting and electrical infrastructure. We also plan to incorporate improvements to the crosswalks on Yosemite Avenue and 6th Street to provide safe access to the park facilities and connectivity with the government center and the courthouse. Is the goal of this project ultimately to promote new recreational opportunities, connectivity, and healthy living in downtown Madera. In terms of the fiscal impact, the total cost for the project we're looking at is approximately $5 million. The project's still a little bit under development, so we're still working out the costs, but it's more than likely to be in that $5 million range. The grant allows for applications for as much as $8.5 million, and it does not require any matching funds, so that's a good part. And should any additional costs occur outside the approved grant project, if we're funded, then those will probably be pulled either from park impact fees or contingency funding. But as it stands right now, we're looking to submit an application of approximately $5 million with no matching funds. And we expect this to be a very competitive program, so I don't want to overstate, our success. We're going to submit the best application possible, but we may or may not get it. And we're also looking to help have this build on an application that we potentially are getting awarded through the Land Water Conservation Fund for improvements to Courthouse Park as well.
Great.
So if we wind up getting both, then we're going to have a really nice park facility, or county park facility in the middle of Madera.
Nice, sir.
Nice.
Any questions?
Any questions? Supervisor Poitras?
I'd just like to thank Tristan and Marianne and Nick for their hard work and efforts, outreach efforts to move this project forward. There's as Tristan mentioned, there was a lot of community outreach. I mean, they were on the road meeting with groups all the time, whether it was a breakfast, lunch, whenever, they were there. So thank you so much. And I think we're going to get this grant.
Great. Any public comment? We'll close the public comment.
I'll make a motion for approval.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 3-0, 2 absent.
7D.
Good thing we're amiable here. We can get anything done. One person could stop the whole show.
Countywide total compensation study. Discussion and consideration of entering into an amendment